Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently February 28th, the second last trading day in the session. So far, the indices are gapping down. On the SPY, you're trading at 505.32. So clearly, this is still currently above that 104 critical tightening range. So that is a headwind for the market. You also have semiconductors down across the board. That's SOX ETF, which we're still holding that day trade long from yesterday that I didn't cover, or sorry, that I didn't close. Basically, we bought in around that, what was it, 392. We're trading at 411. So a nice little win here this morning on SOXS. But semiconductors likes of NVDA have gapped down quite substantially. Believe it or not, NVIDIA actually tested all the way down to 770. It pierced this low. So remember that big sell-off yesterday? Well, in the pre-market, NVIDIA's actually made a new low. So again, the thesis that we're seeing distribution in the semis and likely rotating into other sectors is starting to come into fruition. So if NVIDIA tests that pre-market low again, I mean, we're going to have the SOX ETF up a lot more and the Qs down a lot more itself. So semiconductors look like a fade opportunity to continue after we get a small intraday bounce. I think we can fade the pop. I am looking at nat gas longs. Natural gas has actually had a beautiful move today, and I do believe it's in a little bit of a squeeze territory right now. It's starting to get a daily, well, it hasn't got a daily close, but you're now above that 186.70 pivot, and you are trying to consolidate. We have triggered an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. If I pull this up, you can clearly see this nice V bottom here, left shoulder, right shoulder, and we've triggered that on the hourly chart. I would wait for a retest here to around the 184, 185 zone, and then we can go long Boyle. So I'm looking at names like Boyle. Look, we're actually dipping into that zone right now. Oil, another headwind for the market. I mean, oil's just having a screamer of a rally now at $79 a barrel. So fill up your vehicles because oil's going up, guys. Oil is going up. A nice little hourly chart pattern has triggered. We warned you about that inverse head and shoulders, and now it looks to be that you're wanting to break this much larger inverse head and shoulders. So oil stocks should continue to catch your bid here. XOM is just up slightly. I'm surprised it's not up more on the session. But as of now, we're going to see the markets gapping down. There is a bounce level off of this 504.42. And then I do think that we can actually trend lower. We are into a massive gap window on the Qs. Let's pull up the QQQ chart. So Qs are actually trading all the way down here at this support zone. So if you lose this support zone, then you're now trading into the gap zone for the Qs. Bitcoin's also having an absolute face ripper of a rally. I am interested in shorts on Bitcoin at this level, maybe even some fading opportunities on Coin, Mara, so on and so forth. So I'm actually going to pull up the SPY up here. 1 minute till the open. Keep nat gas window open. All right, so the markets are open here, guys. Markets are open. We're just watching a variety of different things. SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce here initially. Small bounce coming into the Qs, SPY as well. We are seeing things catch a nice bid. Bitcoin's just pulled off from the 60,700 zone. It has started to fall just ever so slightly. Let's look at looking at natural gas. Let's look at coin. Coin's still holding firm at these highs. Let's look at Mara. Mara is a nice one to trade. What's interesting is Mara hasn't gotten above that previous high pivot zone despite the strength in crypto making new highs. So a little bit of a relative weakness, divergence there. Apple's moving higher here. You have NVIDIA down, Apple positive, Microsoft positive, AMD, SMCI. So semis are under a lot of pressure this morning. Semiconductors are under a lot of pressure this morning. Take a look at this SOXS. We're live and I'm in 280. All right, NVIDIA is continuing. Look at this semiconductor push on the bear ETF. It is starting to come down pretty sharply. I do have buyable levels on the SPY, guys. I do have buyable levels on the SPY. We have a couple different streams going on. We're just trying something new today. We have two streams going on. If you're wondering what is happening here at Trading Capital, we have two screens going on. A lot of the small caps are getting wrecked today. They are getting wrecked. All sectors are red, guys. This could be a confirming downtrend today. All sectors are red. Today, all sectors are red, I repeat. SOX is absolutely flying here. SPY is still trying to catch a bid. MSTR is coming in. Coinbase coming in now. All right, SPY is coming up into its first little level of support here. You have this upsloping trend line. It hasn't officially tagged it yet. Dollar's also moving up. Bitcoin's coming down. Oil's still trying to hold above. Seeing a couple consolidation candles. Tesla's still holding positive at the moment, showing a little bit of relative strength. Apple went negative. Microsoft's kind of lagging. I do expect a QQQ bounce at some point, and then more downside. Apple's coming in. Tesla's still holding firm. NVIDIA's underperforming. All right, guys, I just took profits on that SOXS from yesterday. Yesterday's day trade, we took profits. Closed it here at 416. I'm still holding a swing, but nice 5.96%. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Again, I'll pull that up on the screen here as well. SOXS, we took profits off of that 392 level that we went long yesterday. I do think that there's going to be more downside, but we'll just be patient with it. Let's look at natural gas because that's actually retesting support. Natural gas is coming up into my buyable range here. I'd like to see it push basically down to here, and then we can go long. So keep nat gas on watch. Definitely keep natural gas on watch. All right, so we're seeing the S&P bouncing a little bit here, guys. We are seeing the S&P bouncing. Oil's still charging higher. Nice bounce on NVIDIA. Bitcoin still coming in. Meta's pushing for a new high. I do like Google potentially for a long here, guys. I like Google for a long here. So let's just look at Google. All right, guys, I'm long Google 137.24. 137.24 is just a starter position. We are long Google, the GOGL shares. 137.24. Starter position, guys. Starter position. There is a chance we can actually flush down to this pivot and then this gap fill, which is why we're just inching in right now on the long side. Tesla's having a face ripper, pushing up. NVIDIA's had a really big bounce. Next ad level on Google's 136.50. Guys, I just added to my Google there 136.89, 136.89. I just added to my Google 136.89. So our average is now 137.07. Google's still coming down heavy here. Still interested in a nat gas long. Tesla's ripping. Microsoft's coming in. So semis are still under pressure, the likes of AMD, NVDA. So we're just holding a Google long at the moment. Still interested in nat gas, but it needs to go a little bit lower around that 185, 184 zone. You're seeing energy stocks like XOM bounce nicely here. Take a look at some of the market movers, guys. Look at the top movers. eBay, First Solar. At the bottom, you have United Health showing great weakness on the back of that investigation, antitrust laws. All right, back to Google because we are now in the money. SPY is bouncing here. Nat gas still coming in. Huge bounce in. So we have a long on Google. I am looking at potentially a short on Apple as well. Apple's still technically, actually, maybe we can fade Microsoft. Let's just trying to get a little bit more data here. Wait for a true signal. Let's look at the QQQ. Dollar's still trying to move up. Qs are still trying to move up. Let's look at the Russell. All right, guys, the Russell's into this gap window. I think we could actually see it probably fill this gap. So I'm going to fade the Russell here. 202.55. I just got filled. 202.55 short the Russell. 202. This is a 1/4 entry. All right, Google's coming up into the next target, which is around 136.50. 136.50 we'll add to Google. SPY is still trying. AMD is trying to bounce. Oil's still pushing up. A couple sectors have turned green. Consumer discretionary, so XLY, and energy, XLE, and XLI. So a little bit more of the defensive names starting to firm up here. Google's still trending a little bit lower. 136.50 is approaching on Google, guys. 136.50 is approaching. And you have your gap fill. Now Tesla's starting to weaken. Google, we did get filled at that 136.50. Brings our average into 136.84, 136.84 average. And 36.84. All right, guys, I just added to the Russell short here at 203.15, 203.15 right into this zone. 203.15. So it brings our average up to 202.86. 202.86. Short the Russell. Google's trying to bounce. Energy stocks absolutely ripping here. Microsoft's coming in. Google's starting to try to bounce here. Come on, Google. Get your big butt up there. I got 7 here. Oil's still climbing much, much higher here. Dollars kind of fade a little bit. Yields on the long end are still green. You have NVIDIA down 1%, Apple down 0.4, Microsoft down 0.16, AMD down 1.45. Bitcoin still up 5.7. Crypto stocks have faded from the highs, but still showing pretty resilient price action. Small caps are still holding firm. Google just does not want to bounce off this area yet. Next ad level on Google. Let's look at this daily chart. So we're going to be, really this gap fill, but I'd be surprised if there's this liquidity gap up doesn't try to push it up at this 136.25 zone. So, you do have some support here at 136.25, but it's a little close to our last average ad. So we'll look for a move down to about 136.15. IWM still trying to push up. Nat Gas still trying to push up. Let's look at some of these market movers. Still the same ones. First Solar, eBay. Take a look at energy. Energy stocks are absolutely face ripping. All right, so Google still hasn't really bounced. The Russell you can see is trying to bounce. Let's look at the S&P 500 here. And one of the reasons that Google's not bouncing is take a look at the Qs, just super, super weak, basically right back down to the lows of the session here. The Qs are actually breaking this key trend line. So, the fear selling in mega cap tech is still continuing. I still think we're at support. So I like to see this bounce here. Meta's pulling in. Google's still trending lower here. Just the fierce selling in Google is trying to break this market down. So we're coming up into the next ad level. Google's super, super weak at this point in time. So 136.15 we will add to Google. 136.15. Dollars coming lower here. All right, guys, I just got filled there at 136.14. 136.14 on Google. Brings our average down to 136.54. So we're sitting with a 136.54 average. Wow. We're just taking Google to the woodshed here. Final entry. This was going bigger than what I usually do, but since it's a mega cap and since we are having a big daily support range here, I am comfortable adding a fifth entry on Google, which is going to be at this technical gap on the daily right here at 135.72. So that'll be the final entry on Google. Hey Tom, we're actually long on Google. We are long on Google. Slightly down on the trade, but we are long on Google. Oil's continuing to absolutely rip here, guys. Nat gas still holding most of its gains. You have had NVIDIA bounce a little bit. Apple curling down. Microsoft curling down. Meta's the one that's firmed up. Amazon's also strong. And Google just keeps bleeding. It's now down on the session 2.1%, severely underperforming the market. You're coming into this big technical gap fill on the daily. Very oversold intraday. Extremely oversold intraday. But the Qs are trying to break down here. Small bounce in Google here, guys. Still holding our Russell short. Google long. Bitcoin, you can see, still holding resiliency here. All right, so Google's still bleeding lower. AMD just made a new low. NVIDIA's testing the lows. Tesla's done an absolute bearish reversal. So this is a confirming downtrend, it looks like, today. So just be careful. I mean, we're getting obviously hit on our Google long right now. Still much or oversold compared to some of the other mega cap tech stocks. So I still think we could see the market sell off, but we should see a bounce here in Google at some point, getting extremely oversold. You can see the Qs are actually breaking down here now, and they're coming up into this gap window. So you lose this little pivot here on the Qs. And let me actually just show you that pivot zone on the Qs. But look at this technical breakdown on the Qs. And the next big pivot comes right around this 433.65 zone. Google's getting a nice little bounce as the indices still sell off here. So big technical breakdown in the Qs. Really big technical breakdown in the Qs. Wow. What fierce sell side pressure, guys. That's pretty fierce. Google's still bouncing. So now if we get a bounce in the Qs, Google's going to absolutely rip. Google will rip. So it's showing a little bit of relative divergence, strength. Should absolutely rip. All right, we're basically break even on Google, and we're flat on our Russell 2000 trade. And Google's bouncing, and the Qs really aren't even bouncing yet. So the Qs aren't even bouncing yet, but Google's had a nice bounce. So that's a good positive sign at the moment. I do think that's a really good sign at the moment. We should get a technical bounce in the market. We're now in the money on Google, guys. Good job. We are in the money on Google. A little intense here with the market open. And we're doing something different a little today. We have 2 streams going. I'm trying out some new broadcasting software. That's why you may see 2 different streams going. A couple people in one stream, another couple people in the other. So if we still look at the market movers today in the S&P, take a look at these market movers. So the top gainers right now, First Solar, so solar stocks ripping. Universal Health, Axon. Qs are getting a small bounce here. So back to Google. Russell trade, we're basically slightly green on the Russell. Again, Qs really haven't gotten a bounce yet. If you look where the SPY is trading, the relative strength definitely is in the SPY. SPY is hitting this upsloping trend line, which we discussed. And remember, I said we'd likely get a bounce off of here. And then I think we actually break it at some point today. So SPY is getting a bounce. QQQ. Likely retest this 435.31 zone. Nat gas is actually starting to rip here again. So Nat gas is starting to fly. Bitcoin's still hovering. Apple still curling down. NVDA is getting a bounce. So we already took profits on our semiconductor. Still holding a Google long and a Russell 2000 short. Amazon's negative, Google's negative, Meta's positive. Bitcoin's up 6.5%. Fisker up another 5%. So remember we gave you that Fisker long yesterday. We'll take a look at that Fisker trade, FSR. You know, we prepped you, we warned you about this one squeezing and breaking higher. Upside target is still 77 cents here. So remember when we went long at that 64, retrace to the neckline, and look at that power move. Boom. Only regret is in holding more of it. All right, Qs are still trying to bounce here. Google's still seeing sell side pressure. So that's definitely hurting the overall market. But it is definitely oversold compared to a lot of the counterparties. We're just trying to build a base here on Google, but it's right back down almost to the lows. Bitcoin just made a new high, intraday high, 60,870. So it's continuing to absolutely fly to the high side here. Coinbase moving up. Mara trying to push up for a new high. Still inside of yesterday's heavy reversal, which is certainly interesting. Apple curling down still. So you still have such heaviness in Microsoft and Apple. It's really struggling here. Dollar is hovering at that 104 zone. Hey, good morning, Ram. Good morning, Casey. Good morning, Muad. Sorry I didn't see your messages earlier. Just trying something new here, managing two streams. But regardless, Casey, you're looking at GEHC daily chart long entry at 92.69 with a stop at 85. Yes, Ram, I think you can definitely hold the stocks. I'm in a swing trade. I buy both stocks and options, Ram, but mainly just common shares, stocks. But I think you can definitely squeeze more out of the SOXS. I do think you can squeeze more out of that trade. I'm still holding a swing on SOXS, but it closed a day trade because the day trades are heavier. You have to take profits sooner off of day trades. Swings you can hold a little bit longer. But let's look at Casey, GEHC for Casey, GEHC. So yeah, this is looking like a nice chart. I mean, a little extended. GE Healthcare. I mean, you have had a technical breakout out of this little inverse head and shoulders pattern. I'll pull up GEHC here as well so the other viewers can see it. But you did form a inverse head and shoulders base. I mean, this pattern has potentially a lot of legs to it. But I think you are actually coming up into the completed move here. Yeah, so you're nearing completion of this move, Casey, of this inverse head and shoulders move. So, I mean, the upside target really puts you around this 94 range. We're at almost there as we speak. So, I mean, could it overshoot and go higher for sure. But already 4 or 5 weeks up. Market's been strong, so this stock has been strong. But if we go through a little bit of a corrective stage, even the strong stocks are still vulnerable to potentially correcting. But yeah, I have a 94 target on GEHC. So Qs are really struggling. Take a look at XOM. Absolutely flying here. Absolutely flying to the high side. This is probably going to hit 105.60, maybe even 106 today. You have a big technical resistance sitting at this level where you got previously rejected. Take a look at that pivot. That's sitting at 105.86. I think we're going to hit that today, especially if we get some sort of a little technical bounce in the market, which I do anticipate at some point. Investors are moving to crypto. Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing here is a rotation trade out of the tech equities into maybe crypto. You know, remember how big the S&P 500 tech market is in comparison to crypto? A big difference. A really big difference. All right, guys, I'm going to short Mara. I'm going to try to short Mara here at this 32.60. I just got filled at 32.60. Short Mara, 32.60. This is a high-risk trade. This is just a starter position on the short side of MARA. Just a starter position on the short side of MARA. High risk. You know, we have seen these crypto stocks absolutely rip. And Bitcoin's strong today. But we're at this double top from yesterday's high. Could even see it retesting this 31 zone. Google, we're still long Google. Still have a short on the Russell, the IWM. So again, guys, we're long Google, short Mara, short Russell. Basically flat on Mara, flat on the Russell, and slightly down on Google. Google still could hit this gap fill around 135.70. That's still a feasible target on Google. Yeah, your gap fill sits right at this zone of 135.72. Bitcoin's starting to come in a little bit. That should help our Mara trade, guys. That should help our Mara trade. Again, if Bitcoin also weakens, that's going to apply some pressure to the semiconductor market. Heavy volume on Meta. Nice push up in Google trying here. Google's trying to regain its footing. We could see Google probably retrace all the way back up to 137.20-ish. 137.20 is your next resistance. Tesla's still weak. Remember, Tesla was strong earlier, and it's given up all of its gains. So we're now flat on our Russell, in the money on Mara. In the money on Mara, guys. What do you think about the halving? You know, typically, historically, you get this big run up before the halving, which is what we're seeing in crypto now. And then actually, as the halving approaches, you typically get a big sell-off. So from my technical standpoint, I can't chase Bitcoin here. Could it make new highs? Absolutely. But could it also have a 10, 20, 30% correction from this point? Absolutely, it could. So I think the important thing about Mara is going to be watching how does it close today. So notice how Bitcoin's screaming, making new highs, and Mara is still inside of yesterday's previous reversal candle. So right now, Mara attempted at breaking out, has every rhyme or reason to break out and make new highs today, but it's not doing so. So it's not really following. It's actually showing relative weakness, which is telling me that, okay, Bitcoin's probably getting a little bit toppy here, long in the tooth, and we could see a little bit more of some consolidation. AMD new lows, Microsoft new lows. Google's still trying to hold firm. Semis are still under immense pressure. Mara's coming in nicely, guys. So Mara is coming in nicely. Take a look at that. So we're up now on the trade quite significantly. So good job if you've been able to catch that with us. That'll be another winning trade as we start to put stops in place. I'm going to put a protective stop in place in the money stop at 32.32 now on Mara, 32.32 stop. I'm looking for a move down to this 31.26. You could even flush to gap fill. That would not surprise me. Bitcoin's starting to roll a little bit. So imagine if Bitcoin starts to roll heavier to the downside. What is that going to do to this market? Google's still trying to firm up. Qs are still holding some support. Come on, Google, get your butt up there. Amazon's weakening substantially here. Tesla's catching a bounce. So again, we're seeing some rotation coming into the picture. All right, guys, I'm moving my stop down on Mara now to 32.07. We're locking in at least 53 cents a share. 32.07. I'm seeing the indices trying to firm up here, so I'm going to cover Mara. I just covered Mara here at 31.91. 31.91 covered. That's a nice little trade. That's a nice little trade on MARA on the short side, so we banked over 2% on that trade. Google's now starting to firm up. Let's look at the Qs to see how they're doing. Qs, really, really big bounce. Really, really big bounce. The Russell as well. IWM, that one's kind of going against us at the moment. It looks like it wants to charge the gap fill. So I'll really only add at the gap fill to the Russell trade. But the Russell is trying to push higher here. So that trade is against us at the moment. Next add level is really only at gap fill in the Russell. So I apologize about the Russell, but we are insulated with Google now, with the SOX profit that we made, and then the Mara trade. So we're still showing great trades on the books today, but we are kind of getting kicked around by the Russell at the moment. I still think Google can push all the way up to about 137. So I'm looking for a move to 137 on Google. Yep, suffers. Today is Mara earnings. XOM in the money. Nice job. Nice job. It is in the money. Big bounce in the S&P. Really big bounce in the S&P 500. Google, we're in the money terrifically now, so I'm still holding Google. Still holding Google on the long side. That is working out really, really well. First resistance is coming up into this 136.89 zone, but really I expect us to get to this zone over here. A little bit of sell side pressure. Dollar's still trying to move up here. It is holding above 104 quite firmly, quite firmly. But I mean, it's a risk with Mara into earnings. It could pop, it could drop. Based off of the strength in crypto, I think you have to kind of lean more bullish. I think with Bitcoin, crypto making new 52-week highs, these crypto stocks are going to have undoubtedly some momentum behind it. So I think investors will pump it up into the close. The only thing that would take Mara down is if I remember a couple months back they did release that potential shelf offering on Mara. So the only part that could hurt Mara is if they come out, the board comes out and releases that shelf offering and dilutes the shareholders a bit, grabs some more cash to firm up their balance sheet. It's the only thing that I could see taking it down. Other than that, I mean, how can Mara report crappy earnings if Bitcoin's been making new 52-week highs and really pumping? So, it really supports positive flows and likely goes higher. But stranger things have happened, right? Whenever you seem to have a logical opinion about the market, it comes and slaps you in the face. So NVIDIA is still above pre-market low, but pre-market low was all the way at 770. 770. Google took a little bit of a sell-off there. Now 10%. Yeah, XOM, I think it's going to hit 105.80 today, Ram. Look at oil. Oil's so strong. I love XOM. I'm actually riding 106 calls, which are almost in the money. But yeah, 105s are in the money. I personally would let them ride. I mean, XOM has been trying to break out of this consolidation range for a long time now. And when you look at oil's actually broken out of its consolidation range. So you expect XOM to continue to move higher here. Oil has triggered this inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. And today, if oil holds above these two little pivot zones, you can see it's actually triggering a daily inverse head and shoulders. As long as you close above this little neckline, I mean, I have a potential target of $90 on oil. What would that do to inflation? What would that do to stocks? What would that do to the consumer? I mean, as a consumer, and I'm bullish on oil, but I don't like being bullish on oil because that's going to hurt my business. That's going to hurt the inflation. That's going to hurt everyone. But I mean, we're here to make money, right? So we have to trade accordingly. The profits from our XOM calls, our other energy trades are likely going to cover any associated extra costs. But nevertheless, it's not good for the economy when oil has a technical breakout. Never good for the economy. So I still remain bullish on XOM. Maybe you can trim profits, but this chart's looking strong. A strong chart in a weak market, that's what you also have to remember. You have the S&P, the Qs all down today, but XOM is up. Most sectors. So, whenever you have a strong chart in the market, say the market starts to bounce, okay, here's the risk though. We do have oil inventories. What is it, 11? I think we have oil inventories, 10:30 or 11. I'd have to double check that. So, I mean, there's always a risk holding into oil inventories. You could get a big spike down, big spike up. So, Ram, if you want to take profits, I totally understand playing it safe, but I'm going to hold. I am going to hold. All right, so Apple coming in a little bit more. Google bounce is kind of weak at the moment, but still trying to hold. Really, if you look at what is transpiring here on Google, we could be forming a little bit of a base to move higher. I really want to stay above this pivot zone, but you are seeing the Qs weakening here a little bit. Potential inverse head and shoulders forming on the Qs. That would give a nice little breakout. If we trigger, you could be forming a little right shoulder here. Your neckline would now be from this pivot zone. So watching that pattern closely on the Qs. Dollar at the lows, now closing below 104. So it could push, this market could absolutely rip higher here. Look at Bitcoin just charging because the dollar's falling. QQQ pattern. Look at that little inverse head and shoulders. Potential. Hasn't triggered. Has not triggered, and you still have a lot of weakness in the tech space. A lot of weakness in the tech space. Tesla's moving up. Meta's getting sold into. Google's coming back down again. Tesla's going for a new high of day. take a quick peek at these market movers again. So Russell's coming in as the Qs are trying to round and firm up. All right, guys, I'm going to short Mara again, MARA. Just got filled at 32.40. Slightly lower than our last entry, but we are seeing Bitcoin potentially sell off here. So we're shorted this one once before for a nice 2% gain. So let's see if we can bank on it again. Still holding a long on Google. Look at Mirror come down, guys. This is a good sign. This is a really good sign. Semis are still weakening here. Honestly, I don't like how long Google's taking. Do not like how long Google is taking. But we are still short Mara again. If Mara breaks this little neckline, then it has a potential head and shoulders. And remember, even with the Bitcoin strength yesterday, you had that big gap up on Mara and then a huge reversal. It went red. Mara went red, even though Bitcoin was strong yesterday. Could we see the same sort of pattern happen where it goes red and then they bounce it? I think that there's a scenario where they could flush Mara into earnings and then pop it. We've seen that in AMD. We've seen it in NVDA. We've seen it in a variety of other stocks where they flush it into earnings and then they pop it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But Mara right back up to the highs. Next ad level on Mara is going to be your double top around 33.11. 33.11. That's basically right up here. Come on, Google. Google's still trying to firm up here. Super weak on the session. Maybe this glimmers of an inverse head and shoulders, the starting glimmers of an inverse head and shoulders. We shall see. So nice little down candle there in Mara. It is about to trigger this head and shoulders pattern, which should take us down to about 30.60, 30.64, give or take. So we're now in the money by about 35 cents on MARA. Look at that decline on Mara, guys. Beautiful decline. That's a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty. Guys, I just closed my Mara at 31.81, 31.81. I just closed Mara at 31.81. That is a nice little trade. I am all out of MARA at 31.81. Beautiful little gain there again, just under 2% on the day trade. So that's another winner in the books. Let's look at that Russell 2000. It is still trying to push up. We are slightly down on this trade. I can see this parallel channel. Could be chopping in that all day today. You can see we're at support right now. Google still coming in. And that's because the QQQ is just can't catch a bid right now. Trying to break out of this inverse, but really struggling at this zone. I still think Google can firm up, but it's kind of running on fumes here. Certainly lagging and underperforming the market. Let's look at the Qs. BA is doing something today. Your analysis, please, on medium and long term. So Boeing's just been getting hit with bad news after bad news headline. So it's actually, I don't know if this is on a news pop, this little pop. Is there news on Boeing, guys? Or is this just a tech? I mean, this is from the open. I don't know if there's any headlines. Anyone see anything on Boeing? But that's a nice move on Boeing. It's a really good move. Weak market, Boeing's firming up. I mean, I would have liked Boeing to come down a little bit more to satisfy this trend line. You can see this trend line going all the way back to September 2022. So it's a multi-year trend line, pivot zone here in October 2023. I would have liked for Boeing to flush a little bit more and hit this trend line. You can also see that in that simultaneous upsloping trend line, there's a gap fill that sits here at 196.66. That was my buy entry, and it never came down. So, I mean, this little breakout, I think the big level that we have to watch on Boeing is, can we get above this little wedge pattern? I do think that since you're having a nice bullish reversal today, there's a great shot at moving up here. Obviously, medium to long term, you kind of have to be bullish on Boeing because it has this duopoly of the whole entire space, 10-year wait list for planes. It's just it's got a monopoly, right? So it naturally, the stock is going to go higher. So I think you have to respect that at that point. But right now, it's still a no touch for me. It hasn't broken out truly. You're still inside of this little bit of a wedge, but this is a buyable zone in my opinion. If we can flush back down into this zone, this 196, 190 low, pierce 196, that's probably the buy zone for me. Intraday, I mean, let's just look at this intraday pattern. You'll have resistance at the hourly EMA 113 sitting at 204.84. You are running into these pivots here. So there is some decent resistance. One could argue that you have triggered this little inverse head and shoulders. This is the 20-minute chart. So you have this big left shoulder, you have your head, and now you form this right shoulder. And basically your neckline would be observed like that. So intraday, this pattern could squeeze to a high of roughly, it could squeeze all the way up to about 207 today. That's certainly feasible. Now, I don't hold any position at the moment, but it does look feasible to push higher here. All right, Qs. Let's look at the QQQ chart here. 1 minute chart, still potentially forming a bullish reversal. Remember, you have crypto strong, semis weak. Many sectors have firmed up. At the start of the market session, all sectors were red, and now you've actually had some firming in price action. You had XLY, XLU, XLRE, XLP, XLI, XLF, and XLE, and materials all firm up. Really what's lagging is XLK, so tech and healthcare, two very large sectors. And then you have a downtrend in both the Dow components, the transports and the industrials. And that's probably because oil is super, super strong today and on watch for a technical breakout. So still a lot of weakness under the hood of the market. Remember that technology and healthcare are some of the heaviest weighted sectors. So as long as they're negative, the indices do have a shot of going lower today, going much, much lower. Google's still trying to push up. We're still riding long Google. We've taken 2 profits on Mara shorts. We've taken profits on an SOXS long. We're holding a Russell short, which is slightly against us at the moment. NVDA is forming a bear flag. It looks like it wants to go lower. Would not shock me if NVIDIA breaks lower and really tests pre-market low at 770. Tesla just made a new high of day. That one's breaking out nicely. That one is breaking out quite nicely. Oil's taking a small breather. Same thing with natural gas, just putting in some sideways consolidation. Still a lot of weakness in the mega caps today. Nat gas still consolidating. Oil's taking a small breather here. Oil is taking a small breather. Unfortunately, Google's also taking a breather. Looks like it wants this gap fill. So this will be our final entry on Google at this 135.72 zone. So Google at this 135.72 will be our final entry. Even Bitcoin seeing some sell side pressure. In terms of mega caps that are underperforming, you have NVIDIA down 1.75%. That's weighing in on the Qs. Certainly weighing in on the Qs. Again, crypto stocks are struggling today. You know, it seems like they're selling into it, and it makes me more bullish on that earnings report. The more they sell into it, you know, the more it makes me think that they're going to gap it up. We saw it on AMD, NVIDIA. Almost makes me want to take a high-risk lotto play, throw some cash into some options, some out-of-the-money option calls. I'll look at the chain. Another attempt for the Qs here. Another attempt for the Qs. If they keep getting rejected at this neckline, I mean, that's not a healthy sign. Apple's curling down, looking for a new low of day on Apple. Oil's taking a breather. So oil did confirm that hourly chart breakout. So Google's trying to firm up. Microsoft's curling up. Apple curling down. NVIDIA curling down. You can see the Qs are still hovering and trying to break out of this little neckline. We can actually draw it here now because you have to connect that pivot high as your neckline. So let's see what transpires here. BA News, the FAA criticizes Boeing, says it wants to plan in 90 days to address quality problems. Thank you, Ram. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that's some, again, that's negative news for BA, but BA is acting well. So whenever you start seeing negative headlines really not working anymore to drive down the price, that's telling you something. That's telling you technical strength and people are accumulating. So you have to remain kind of tactically bullish on Boeing at this point in time since it is trying to firm up. Qs are trying to break out, guys. Our Google position is trying to firm up here. Our Google position is trying to firm up here. Nat gas is trying to also make another curling price action. I'm still interested in going long on nat gas, but I want to see it dip a little bit more. So I'm looking at oil longs, KOLD shorts again. I think that nat gas is consolidating now above the short squeeze zone. And once it starts to really firm up here and work off some of the weak hands, we're going to start squeezing in nat gas. I really do think that. Oil's taking a breather back below $79 now, 78.72. So that should help the markets breathe a little bit more. Whenever oil weakens, that should help the overall market. So again, eBay up 7, Axon up 6.3, First Solar up 4, Agilent Technologies up 3.8, Albemarle Marley Lithium stock up 3.4, Universal Health up 2.8, Constellation Energy, Moderna up 2, Boeing up a couple percent, UNH down 5.3, a big whopping deterrent on the healthcare stocks. Let's look at UNH quickly, because that's a household name, and that one's gapped down on that antitrust suit. So this is why healthcare is weak today. This is why healthcare is weak today. So you can see the Qs are breaking out of this little inverse head and shoulders. So Qs are breaking out here. Take a look at UNH. Nice whopping gap down. I do anticipate UNH to catch a bid at some point. It's a household name. You can see you actually had your initial morning rally. So this one actually could flounder all day long. Tough spot for UNH. It's a really tough spot for UNH. Again, Qs are trying to break out. Oil's coming lower. Russell's trying to push up as well. Apple's still curling down. Google curling down. Meta curling down. NVIDIA trying to bounce here, but a bear flag is forming on NVIDIA right over pre-market low. If NVIDIA loses pre-market low, it could sell off quite substantially. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if NVIDIA starts to sell off a little bit more. Tesla's still acting well. Meta's still okay. And thanks for the little news updates there, guys. You know, when I can't seem to find the news, or actually I really don't have time to look at the news, I just look at the charts, but I appreciate when I need a little extra help to find some headlines, because again, I only have 2 eyeballs, so it's kind of a collective effort here when we scan the market, look for setups, look for news-based events, look for any sort of trading opportunities where we can put ourselves in a position to make money. That's the goal here. Bitcoin consolidating above 61,000 quite firmly. No real selling in sight. Again, I find it very peculiar that crypto stocks aren't pushing for new highs. They're still stuck inside yesterday's reversal candle. So that's a little concerning. All right, guys, so the recent sell-off in crude from the 79.22 zone is because of the oil inventories. The consensus was for 3.1 million barrels. It came in at 4.19. So it's implying a weaker demand in oil. It's implying a weaker demand in oil, which is why we've sold off. So crude oil inventory is showing weaker demand. I still think we've had a technical breakout. I'm still remaining bullish. Google's trying to firm up here a little bit. Qs again have broken out here, guys. So the upside target based off of this little intraday pattern is going to be putting us right at 436.52. Still long Google. Still long Google. I'm really curious to see if, and I still have a Russell short. I'm really curious to see how these energy stocks hold up on this weaker oil demand. Right now, they're still holding firm. You still have XLE positive. So at the moment, things are still shaping up quite well. Let's flip back to Bitcoin as well. Come on, Google, get your big butt up there. Get your big butt up there. A couple high fly movers, beyond meat squeezing. up 44%. Bets, BETS up 81. Vanny, what the heck is this Vanny? Up 357%. Let's just take a quick peek at that. Vanny, VANI. Vivani Medical, what have they announced? Probably a new Ozempic drug, some sort of weight loss pill. This one, again, we can maybe play on momentum. It is coming down. Super risky. I mean, massive stick to the upside. Massive stick. It's hard chasing these gap ups, but there's certainly momentum behind it. People will be waiting. Let's look at this BETS. That's also a high volume move. Wow, so you hit a high all the way up to this zone here. What's been your pre-market high? So let me just look at the pre-market high of this BETS. So take a look at this stock. This is still up quite sharply. So your pre-market high today was really only, wow, that's kind of interesting. Your pre-market high was right here. Actually, I guess no. Your pre-market high was all the way up here. So you're below pre-market high, but you're well above the pre-market low. So that's a huge range on this BETS. That's a magnificent range. Just trying to see if we can catch a momentum trade here on some of these speculative names. It seems that we are in a little bit of a squeezing environment. So there's a scenario where we could go long this name. All right, guys, I'm going to go long 459. I just got filled. 459. I just got filled. This is a high-risk trade on BETS. High-risk trade, size appropriately, size light, because this one could flush. Stop loss is going to be basically a tight stop loss in and around this 427 range. We'll look to stop out. So below this pivot. Again, it's only a 1/4 entry and it's super, super light. I will add to the position if we flush into this trend line here, 432. Super, super dangerous position though. It's not for the faint of heart. Not for the faint of heart, but we're just simply trying to do a momentum trade here. A momentum trade. The liquidity environment does favor continuation up just with how stocks have been moving lately. But again, nothing's immune to a market sell-off, and there's certainly risk chasing these names when they're already up 83% on the session. You can see it has pulled in from the highs quite substantially. NVIDIA's curling up. Microsoft's trying to curl up. So now the Russell's weakening as well. The Russell is starting to weaken. Google coming back down. So again, I'm only going to add one more time to this BETS if it hits this 435 zone. And then our stop loss is sitting at 422 pivot. Google coming right back down. This one's unfortunately not really cooperating with us. It's kind of beating us up here. All right, we hit that upsloping trend line again. Very close to adding here to bets, BETS, but hasn't quite come down to our level. We are seeing Apple still curling down, Meta curling down, Amazon curling down. Bitcoin's lost. All right, guys, I did add to my BTS at 433. I got filled. 433. I got filled. That brings us down to 445 average. 445 average. Again, it may blast through our stop here, guys. I'm not going to get cute with this name. I'd rather take a small loss than for this position to go against us. But we are still at some technical support here, so there is an ability for it to bounce. But it really needs to firm up here. Still holding a long on Google, short on the Russell. Tesla still ripping. Microsoft curling up. Apple's now curling up. Bitcoin curling down. So again, crypto stocks could see a little bit of a down move coming into the picture. Come on, bets, get your butt up there. You can see Bitcoin here weakening just a little bit. SPY and Qs are trying to push up. Bigger sell coming in Bitcoin, guys. Bigger sell coming into Bitcoin. Ozempic competitor, thank you. Briston, appreciate that. Anybody else looking at any setups at the moment that we haven't discussed? We are seeing the Qs catch a nice little bounce. Google's still underperforming. Qs are trying to push up some more. So you do have Apple negative, NVIDIA negative, Microsoft flat, AMD negative, SMCI negative, Tesla up 1.6, outperforming everything else. Meta slightly negative, Google down by 1.79, Amazon down by 0.04%. Oil still holding its gains, up about 0.65%, but it has pulled in from the highs. Nat gas is up 2.67%. 2.67%, BA up 2.24, so that's continuing to grind higher since we discussed it. Square, MJ up nicely. That Viking Therapeutics up another 7% today, so I had a whopping over 120% day yesterday, and it's continuing to climb on the back of its weight loss drug news. Just scrolling through here to see what else is transpiring in the market. TGTX up 30%. Big move on NVAX, Novavax down 29.4. Wow. NVAX. Just getting slaughtered, eh? On earnings. All right, here comes bets, guys. Here comes bets. Bets is starting. Look at the Qs. Google's still trying to trend for the low of day. Okay. I'm going to cut that one. I'm going to keep this. All right, guys, big push on BETS here. Look at this squeeze. So we're now in the controlling driver's seat of this trade. As we progress, we're going to move stops up. So I'm actually going to move my stop to break even. Well, slightly in the money, 447. We don't want to get cute with these high flyer names because they have these big swings out of nowhere. So we are nicely in the money. So I just put a protective in the money stop in place. There is a protective stop in place. Here we go, guys. Let's see if we can get a big squeeze. Let's see if we can get a big squeeze. Come on, bets. Get up there. Retest your pre-market high is 501. So I'm expecting a retest of that range. That would basically give us a whopping 12% rip. Here we go, guys. This is a banger. Let's adjust stops. Let's adjust stops. Push your stop up a little bit more just to secure some profits. 451 stop in place. 451 stop is now in place. Still riding a Google long and a Russell short. Come on, baby. Get up there. Get up there. So we're locking in at least 1.5% on the day trade. At least 1.5%. I'm actually going to push it up a little bit more here. I want to lock in a little bit more, 2% at least. So 454 stop, hard stop. No dilly-dallying. Come on, bets. Push up. Push up. Get above this pivot. We're going to squeeze to high. Their pre-market high. The dollar's back above 104. I repeat, the dollar is back above 104. That means that the indices can sell off at any point. That's the critical tightening range for emerging markets. Google coming lower here. So, I mean, this Google trade has just been a monster to us. As oversold it as it is, even on the daily chart, you're hitting some really good support. You know, it's still not really firming up and catching a bid at all. And it's actually putting in a little bit of a bear flag pattern on the 10-minute intraday chart. Google's trying to make a new low of day. Come on, bets. Squeeze higher here. Squeeze. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Here we go, guys. Move stops, adjusting stops on BETS. 462. We're going. We're squeezing here, guys. Beautiful trade if you're in this with us. Beautiful fucking trade. Let's go, man. Come on, come on. Come on. Push up. Don't give it up. Don't stop us out. Do not stop us out. Come on. You can break. You can break it. You know you want to. I just got stopped out, guys, for a nice 3.96% gain. Good job if you took that trade with us, but I did get stopped out. I can look to re-enter now. Basically, where I would re-enter is this next trend line of support, which sits around here. So I did get stopped out for a nice little gain there, guys. If you took that trade with us, nicely done. Still holding a Google long. You are seeing the indices trying to push up here. We'll see if we can catch this. I'll keep bets on my other screen. I just want to watch the Qs here since we are in a QQQ trade. Remember, the Qs did try breaking out here. Still stuck under this resistance now on the Qs. So why we're struggling here on the Qs despite triggering an intraday bullish pattern is because you have this resistance pivot. This pivot zone to this. So the Qs are struggling here. I'm watching BETS on my other screen. Still holding a Google long, a Russell short. We've taken 2 winners off of Mara. We've taken a winner on SOX. We've taken a winner on bets. So we're in the driver's seat today. We are now in the driver's seat today. If Google can firm up, that would be awesome. Let's see some of these other high-flying movers. Beyond Meat, that's a high short interest name, up 48%. I mean, just wild moves. So let's look at this BYND. Let's look at BYND. Wow, look at that dip to the 200. That's showing great strength, BYND. Dip to the 200, recapturing this pivot zone. Jeez. This name could push up actually more. Just from the short interest alone, you could probably push up to about 1360 today. That would not shock me at all. So I'll keep BYND on watch. Qs are weakening here. Google's trying to test a new low of day. But look at this BYND. You can see it's trying to hold above this pivot zone. You even came down and tested the daily 200 MA. Look at that clinical bounce off the daily 200. What a bounce. That was epic. That was epic. You're just in this wedge pattern. You can see you're approaching the apex. Support, resistance, and then you get a big directional break at some point. All right, Qs are just so weak still. My oh my. XOM pushing back up. Same thing with oil. So that initial sell-off on oil inventories is now starting to firm up. We are starting to firm up in oil inventories. Dollar catching a really big bid. Qs are coming in now. Russell's trying to firm up again. Russell's the only positive indices. SPY Qs are all negative. Sorry, the Russell's also negative. My apologies. Russell's negative. But you have had a lot of sectors turn green on the session. Right now, Microsoft, Apple curling down, Amazon curling down, Meta curling down, NVDA trying to curl up. Bitcoin's losing 61,000 at the moment. Still very strong on the session. Hey Nareesh, welcome. Tesla 206 next. Yep, 206 looks very likely. I even see 207. I see that gap fill. I think we're going to charge for that gap fill. If the Qs firm up today, I could see Tesla pushing for that 207.80 gap fill. That's certainly in the realm of possibilities for this name, but it's going to have to require the market to firm up. So we're still riding a Google long down here, slightly down on the trade. We've already taken 4 different winners, and we're riding a Russell short still. So an IWM short and a Google long. So notice the Russell has lost this little initial channel that it was consolidating in, and it's getting a little bit distributive in this pattern. Big move up, big move down, big move up, big move down, kind of a lower high double top scenario. Watching the Russell here. MSTR, just sold my position, had some nice profits. Sorry, it's... Oh, yeah, I knew it was your MSTR. I love your energy, bro. Thanks, Ram. Appreciate it. It's always nice when you can execute wins in the live trading stream here. So Nareesh is bullish on Tesla. That's looking for a new high of day. I kind of agree with him on that. It's creating a nice flag pattern. Obviously, you have to remember that the Qs are still weak, but that name is strong in a weak market. So relative strength traders will be pushing this name. QQQ tech traders will be targeting Tesla just based off of relative strength bias. Obviously, if Amazon starts to break down and apply pressure to XLY, consumer discretionary, that could hinder the upside. But as of now, it's looking definitely the momentum trade to be in on. We're still holding our Google long, which are slightly down. Our average is sitting here at 136.54. I'd still like to see Google maybe come down to fill this gap, which is at 135.72. That would be our next entry. What I am liking, the small positive, is that Google made a little bit of a double bottom. So let's see if we can build momentum off of this. Apple trying to curl up. I guess my charger was unplugged there. We are seeing the Qs continually trying to push up. SPY is where the relative strength is today. SPY is outperforming the other indices at the moment. Let's look at Bitcoin again. Heavy volume coming in on Bitcoin at these zones. So there's quite a bit of volume surging on Bitcoin. SPY is about to go green here, guys. So the SPY is about to go green. It's coming up into its gap fill. So an epic bounce in the SPY. Really, really big bounce in the SPY. Take a look at that bullish recovery at the moment. Things are looking like they want to turn green for the S&P. This is a day trade short zone for the SPY as we come up into this gap fill. So call it around a 507 Pierce. 507 Pierce, we're going to start to short the SPY. Google's still coming in. Qs are now firming up. Big push on NVDA and semis. The dollar is back under 104. Oil's still trying to push up. This bets is into some support here. It's intriguing for a long. It is intriguing for a long. Already traded it once. May want to come a little bit lower. All right, guys, I just went long BETS 436. 436 light position. Light position. It's a starter position 436. 436. Keep a tight stop loss on this trade where you can see why we went long just at that trend line. Basically, my stop loss is going to be at 430, just below this green impulse candle. So just below this green impulse candle is our stop, but we are long BETS again, right off of this trend line, still holding a long on Google and a short on the Russell. Let's play ball, see what we can do. Come on, baby. I'm not going to add to the bets position. I'm just going to stop out if it hits 430. Win, lose, or draw. I'm not going to add to the position. But we are long again. Still holding Google long. Come on, bets. You're into some good technical support here. Let's see you firm up. Microsoft, Tesla going for a new high of day. Microsoft pushing up. Amazon, Meta kind of lagging. Bitcoin also pushing for a new high. All right, so BTS is almost at our stop. Still hasn't triggered my stop. Still just hovering at that zone. Still long. It's right at that zone. It needs to pierce that 430 to stop me out, but it's right there. It's right there. The volume is increasing there. All right, guys, I just got stopped out at 429 right before that big drop. Holy, what a drop there. So unfortunately, that was a 5-cent loss on the trade. You can see it is trying to bounce again, but I'm going to no-touch this one at this point in time. It's kind of seen its move. I think the bigger move is done now. Anyone that's trying to day trade this on the long side it's a very difficult trade right now. So we'll continue to look for some other setups here. But that was a 5-cent loss on that trade. So it was very small and it was only a starter position, very, very light sizing. Google just does not want to firm up. Remember, we'll add at 135.72 on Google. We'll add at the gap fill. Notice that definitely the relative strength in the Qs, big move up in the Qs, and Google's just can't seem to catch a bid. Very, very, very strange. I'm still interested in a SPY short. It's now approaching the 11:06 time frame, so we've been on trading for the last 36 minutes. Tesla new high, Google new low. Google's putting in a new low of day. Volume is increasing in this range. So again, we'll add at this 135.72. That will be my final add. I won't add to the position after that. Oil's starting to weaken just a little bit here. Bitcoin just testing a new high, 61.3, 61.3 on Bitcoin. SPY taking a small little dip and breather there. Google trying to push up. Oil's now selling off a little bit sharper now. So those 105 calls, Ram, if you're in the money, you may want to look at some profit taking as they are dumping oil here. It may look like they're trying to push oil negative here. They are trying to push it negative. There's still a lot of support in this range, but they are trying to dump it. EE $15 call expiring March 15th. I'm in the money 29%. I'll take a look at EE. Ticker is EE. So EE, is that the right ticker? Accelerate Energy. Is that the right ticker? I've never traded this name. EE $15 call. Yeah, so it must be. So you're already in the money, or sorry, I'm in the money 29%. Okay, so $15 is basically up as just past this gap fill. So I'd just like to mark 15 on the chart. So 15, let's go to the daily chart of this EE. So, I mean, positive is that you're holding this triple bottom, pivot to pivot. There seems to be a lot of buyers here. The only thing that I'm observing is that when you bounced here, you had a really big bounce into the EMA 113. When you bounced here, you had a weaker bounce. And you did put in a lower high or lower low. You're now bouncing. So, I mean, this does appear to be very, very oversold. Positive divergence in the RSI. I mean, I think you could still retest this 1591 zone on EE. Is it more in the gas or oil space? This ticker. I'm not too familiar with it. Gas. Okay, utilities. So gas utilities. Yeah. So I mean, utilities have been under pressure, but you can see utilities are testing the EMA 113 on the daily, and then when you look at this EE is really only struggling at the EMA. It's way below the EMA 113. So it's actually showing relative weakness comparison to the utilities ETF. Now it's either going to catch up and have a really big move. You obviously have earnings coming up, which is today. So that runs the risk. Heading into earnings, you are oversold. You can get a pop, but obviously it's a gamble. You could drop still. And it doesn't have much data to it. It's only been trading since the year 2022. So as of now, you are still oversold at technical support, putting a nice weekly RSI curl. But you do run the risk of heading a little bit lower here if you get a negative earnings reaction. So, I mean, 29% gain, is it worth risking that? Obviously, I don't know how big of a position it is in your portfolio. You could trim half and leave runners. At least if you drop, you've got a little bit of a buffer since you trimmed. So hopefully that helps. Now I'm negative 19. It's a reversal. Yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing, right? Options go so quickly these days. You're up, you're down, you're all the way around. SPY just pulling in from the highs. Never officially filled that gap. If SPY doesn't fill this gap, that is extremely bearish. If the S&P does not fill this little technical gap at 506.93, that's super, super bearish. As the bulls would have had a strong attempt at breaking above that, and it's looking like they're failing. I'm still holding a long on Google and a short on the Russell. Our Russell average is at 202.85. It's only a half position. So the a little bit of a bear flag forming on SPY chart. All right, so we're seeing the S&P break down a little bit more here, guys. We are seeing it run into some near-term resistance. Google looking for a new low of day. It just made a new low of day. SPY is still flushing. Nat gas is still consolidating bullishly. It looks poised to go higher here. Natural gas is looking a little squeezy here. It's up on the session, and it's just been putting in this tight consolidation range. I am interested in a potential Boyle long here, or even a short on KOLD. We'll just watch it. I'm just going to watch it closely because it is a tight consolidation range. If it does break out, we have plenty of upside to chase. Oil, look at the reversal on oil, guys. Wow. What a reversal on oil. Look at that sell-off. So just as we got that technical breakout, you still have an hourly chart inverse head and shoulders, but there's a scenario now with this reversal in oil that you could retest all the way down to 77. So that would hurt a lot of energy longs initially, but it would still be a bullish reversal. You're almost at that point right now, and obviously if oil's weakening, that provides a little bit of more strength to the underlying market. XOM weakening here. It's a light position. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, I would just hold on to them. I mean, your expiry RAM on those calls are March 15th. So you have a couple weeks still ahead of you. I think you could definitely get up there. I'd just be patient. But I think, I mean, obviously it's a gamble holding into earnings. Google going down more now. Yep, I just got filled at that add entry. 135.71 I got filled at. 135.71. Brings my average down to 136.25. 136.25. Should charge this. Charge. So right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mega cap. The 6 largest companies are all negative. Berkshire Hathaway is holding up. 6 largest companies are negative. Bitcoin's still above 61,000. Naresh, AI is about to do what Carvana and Beyond did. I have plenty going on AI commons and options. Use your judgment. Is that your $1 million trade idea, Naresh? Is it AI? Is that your $1 million trade idea? Because you still haven't told us. You're holding out on us. You're holding out on us, Naresh. Why is that? Yeah, I mean, if AI clears the $31 level, it's game on, right? You could have definitely a squeeze of roughly 32.5% squeeze up to the upside. Could put you into about 38. Even probably $40 calls look probably pretty decent. But AI is looking more positive for sure. Google's still trending lower here, guys. Google is still going lower. Amazon's trying to flip slightly green. So a full round trip on Google is being observed. You do have the Russell starting to weaken just a little bit now. NVIDIA curling up, only down 0.9% now. Google's down 2.29%. Microsoft just flipped green. Big push on AMD. What a reversal on oil. So punishing the late chasers on oil today. They've taken it negative. It's now down 0.15%. You have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive down candles, 10-minute down candles in a row. So you should see a small bounce intraday. There's probably a day trade scalp long on oil. Yep, Google's weak today for sure. Google is exceptionally weak today. Tomorrow. NVIDIA is about to tap pre-market high. It is a little bit of a technical short zone. I'm just going to take this time to talk my own book. If you haven't checked out my website, definitely check out my website at tradingcapital.ca, where I run a swing trading and day trading service. The website here is tradingcapital.ca. Google, nice punch up on Google, guys. Nice punch in Google. Look at this move on Google. We are getting a really hard candle to the upside. So let's see if we can get back in the money. Potential hourly bottoming tail. 20-minute bottoming tail on Google is being observed. A 20-minute bottoming tail. That could be the low of day in Google. And this has a whole lot of momentum. A whole lot of oversold conditions that could push it much, much higher here. So I still think we could retrace to 136.80. Or basically at this pivot, 136.80. Russell's trying to firm up again. All right, guys, I am shorting NVIDIA here, 782.07, 782.07. We are short NVIDIA, so we kind of have a pairs trade now. 782.07, it's a 1/4 position. Pairs trade, we're long Google, short NVIDIA, so we kind of have exposure to tech on the long and the short side at the moment. And we're just right into this pivot zone on NVIDIA, where we observe that big reversal. You also almost tapped pre-market high. So almost tapped it. Next ad level on NVIDIA is going to be 783.90. 783.90. That's basically your pre-market high. Energy stocks weakening quite substantially now. So we're still holding a long on Google, a short on NVIDIA, and a short on the Russell. The Russell short is actually starting to come in now. So we're basically almost in the money on that trade. So that's good to see on the Russell. Remember, it made this bullish reversal back to the high side. But now it's starting to lose momentum on the Russell. We are seeing the Qs and the S&P come down a little bit more. Dollar's trying to uptick, so the DXY is trying to move back into that 104 range. Again, we're below it currently, so the indices have every chance to continue to rally here. little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern on Google, guys, forming. If we break this neckline, our position will go in the money. And it should push up to about 136.70. So looking for a continuation move. Come on, Google. So again, still holding short of Russell, short NVIDIA, flat on NVIDIA, slightly down on Google. We've already taken 2 wins on Mara, a win on Sox, a win on bets, and a small loss on bets. But overall, it's a net positive day. Oil's still coming lower. Bitcoin's still pushing near the highs. All right, guys, I just added to my NVIDIA position there at 783.99. 783.99. That's the second entry. Brings up the average to 783.26. NVIDIA is squeezing. Google's slowly starting to go in the money. Maybe it looks like NVIDIA is trying to push for this gap fill, which is sitting roughly at 787. SPY is still selling off here, but you've had some interesting divergences. NVIDIA pushing, Tesla's coming in now from the highs. So S&P 500 is weakening again as the Qs are trying to firm up. S&P is still the better performing indice. Our Google, we're now flat on the trade. NVIDIA is continuing to push. Guys, next ad is going to be really at the gap fill for NVIDIA. So we're still holding long on Google. Apple looks somewhat vulnerable, curling down. Amazon's curling down. Big pump on NVIDIA, though. Really big pump. Don't know if this is news-based. Heavy volume in that range. Heavy volume. Whoops. NVIDIA is the king at making these bullish reversals. Google, we're now in the money. So we've been patient with this one, and this has triggered that head and shoulders, that inverse head and shoulders. So you have now 2 large mega caps, Google and NVIDIA, trying to push up. Tesla curling down, Microsoft curling down, Apple curling down, which is why the Qs are kind of staying slightly more muted in this range. Amazon just turned green. All right, guys, get ready to add to NVIDIA. Will be our third entry. Right at the gap fill. You are above pre-market high. NVIDIA is trying to go positive here. Just relentless beast of a stock. All right, guys, Nat Gas. Keep Nat Gas on watch because I am interested in going long. It's almost looking like it wants to retrace to the zone that I have. I do have a really big zone that I'm watching. Heavier volume coming in this THC. Actually, we'll keep Nat Gas on watch. So guys, Nat Gas around this 184 level, that's where we go long, and I'm looking to trade this Boyle chart. So it might slightly be off. I really have to see the both price actions when Nat Gas gets into there. Boyle may be down here, but it may be a little bit higher on the overall chart. We'll see. We're going to watch it closely. I got my other windows open, so as soon as I enter a position, I'll let you know, but around that 184.77 zone on Nat Gas. You are seeing SPY push up now. NVIDIA continuing to push. Google, a little bit of a down candle now, trying to continue move higher. Oil, Bitcoin new high. BTC is just going crazy. Yeah, it is going crazy. A lot of speculation in there. And before the halving, obviously there's a lot of people piling in before the halving. Again, history shows that you get this rally before the halving, and then right before the halving, close to the date, you get a sell-off. And then the bigger continuation move, even though this looks like a big move, history shows the big move only really comes after the halving. But we just inch in. You know, NVIDIA just hit 787. I got filled at 787.15. And it's squeezing here. Wow. And it's squeezing, I think, because of Bitcoin. So look at that move. Brings our average up now to 785.58. Whoa, look at this pump on NVIDIA. Final ad is going to be right up here. Around 788.80. You are at resistance. You're at really good resistance here on NVIDIA. Oops, my apologies. I'm going to close this. Still holding our Google long, our Russell short. Apple's still struggling here. Appears very weak, but NVIDIA is doing the heavy lifting in the market now, firming up the cues. SPY's looking like it wants to go positive. Apple's still curling down. SMCI is catching a bid as well. Look at that power reversal. All right, guys, I just added my final entry on NVIDIA here at 788.81. That brings us up to 786.91 average, 786.91. Nat gas trying to bounce here. NVIDIA is still surging. GFF analysis, medium and long term. You bought at 68.41 Ram. Let's take a look. Wow, what a move on NVIDIA. What a move. Off this low, just a rocket ship. Just an absolute rocket ship of a move. And that's, I think it's catching Bitcoin strength. It's just absolutely flying with Bitcoin. There's a little bit of a down candle, just like that. 2 minutes. Our position on NVIDIA goes in the money, potentially running into this down sloping resistance trend line. We'll see if that keeps it in check. Let's see what a 50% retrace of this low to high move would give us. So if we 50% retrace on NVIDIA, that takes us back down to 780. There is a strong chance of that, especially since semis are still weak on the session at the moment, but they have firmed up quite nicely. You still have all indices negative. VIX is slightly green, but a lot more things have turned positive here on the session. Definitely a lot more things have turned positive. Need some lube on the hinges? Did you hear a door or something open? Sorry, I'm so oblivious to sounds around me. Did my mic pick something up? I know we had a blender going momentarily a few minutes ago. All right, I'll look at GFF, Ram. Just give me a second here as we manage the position. So GFF, Griffin Corporation. Yes, obviously you've observed this impulse green candle breakout on your earnings. Positive reaction. You consolidated in the upper range of this impulse breakout, which tells you that this breakout is likely going to stick and hold. Now, you are trying to get a little bit of a breakout over the last few sessions. Weekly chart, little extended. I mean, you are overbought, trading in that 82 RSI range. I mean, you still have the ability to move higher here. Daily RSI slightly overbought. Yeah, you're into, is this all-time high price action? It looks like it. Let me just flip to a longer-term chart. So yeah, you are into a price discovery mode here. Never mind. Your all-time highs are back in. Whoa, this thing hit all the way up here in the 60s. Jesus, that's incredible. So I think I think where you want to head to is this monthly chart resistance, which is around $100. I think that's where you're heading to. You know, you look on the monthly chart, you've cleared this little pivot zone. And this goes all the way back to the 70s. Wow. Nice find. I don't even know what this company does. I'll have to take a look what they do, but you've cleared this this resistance, this massive monthly resistance pivot at 62.85 from 1972. Next stop, I think, is $100 on this chart. This chart's actually looking pretty decent. Nice find there. Nice find. That's a really interesting chart. What does this company even do? So producer, manufacturer, building products, and that would make sense. You know, you look at materials as well. XLB breaking out as well on the daily charts, so looking like it has more upside. But GFF, keep GFF on your radar, guys, for a long trade. Anyone in the stream, it is looking. Market cap's only 3.48 billion. Volume's a little light, so I mean. Doing a quick volume check here, it only trades roughly around 400,000 shares on average. So that's a little light for me, a little light for the viewers. I don't like to really encourage trades under 1 million in volume. But, you know, for those that are like to take a little bit more risk, you could certainly probably squeeze some upside out of this trade. Certainly in the realm of possibilities. Let's flip back to our Google trade. So Google's still struggling, but trying to hold above this pivot zone. Google is trying to move up. We're basically flat to break even on that trade. NVDA getting rejected at double top. Makes me want to cut this Google trade. Makes me a little bit skeptical. So SPY does appear it wants to flip green. Bitcoin charging for 62,000. It's now up 8% today, 8.3%. Still surging higher. You're a researcher too, Ram? That's beautiful. No, you've brought forth some really good picks, really good charts. Some things that I've actually never even traded. Like I've never looked at that GFF chart. I hadn't even heard of the company until you brought it up today. You know, it is a small cap stock, just over 3 billion, almost 4 billion, but the chart's looking technically very bullish. Very bullish. We got some other comments coming in here. Amazon double top as well. Let's take a quick peek at Amazon. Yeah, it does appear Amazon's running into some volumes increasing in this zone. Yep, definitely a double top in play here. Not only is it a double top, but it's look at all this previous bear consolidation range. So it's a big level for Amazon. Likely gets rejected here and heads a little bit lower. I could see us retracing on Amazon to this zone here. That's your previous neckline little breakout. It is trying to push higher though. So, I mean, the fact that you're getting a close above that zone now, it may want to, market makers may want to take Amazon up a little bit higher. Next resistance I see is, so we're through that zone. If I adjust this trend line tool, looks like if Amazon can get a 10-minute close above this pivot, you're probably going to go into this 174.30 zone. But right now, you should respect a double top resistance. Google's waning here. NVIDIA's waning. S&P's waning. Yields down. Dollar's faded. Oil's faded. The Amazon gap fill, you think we're going to go to the gap fill? That's substantially higher. I don't know if we're going to go there today. That would be a pretty astonishing move. You know, it's certainly possible, but your gap is sitting all the way up here. Is this the gap you're talking about? Your 10-minute chart gap? 174.75. That would imply from here another 0.5% move to the upside. I remain a little bit skeptical about that. There's a shot, but I remain skeptical. All right, so we're now flat on our NVIDIA, slightly in the money, down on our Google. Google's actually failing here. Not a good sign for our Google trade. A lot of volume coming into Google off this level. A ton of volume. Looking at a long on Apple. Apple's trying to form a higher low, potentially an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. Hasn't broken it yet. But keep Apple on watch. It's creating a little bit of a wedge pattern. Potentially wants to go a little bit higher here. You want to send mittens to my cat as a present? Yeah, she's scratching around in her litter box, which is not too far. She just likes playing around in there, so that's probably what we've been hearing a lot. So that'll be funny, Ram. I'm sure she would love and hate the mittens all at once. Her name is Gigi. She's still a kitten, a Bengal kitten. Okay. Are you done there, Gigi? Nine times out of 10, if my mic cuts out, it's her. She's pulled the plug out. Nat gas needs a strong close above 186 to short squeeze. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. And right now you can see for the majority of the day it's been consolidating above that squeeze zone. I would still like to see it retest 184.50 for a day trade long. So I still am watching that very, very closely. At the moment, it's still trying to consolidate. It's putting in a bull flag pattern on the 10, 20-minute hourly chart frame. But one more dip to 184.50. We can go long Boyle, short KOLD as a day trade. Still holding core swings in UNG. But I agree, we're very close to seeing a big turn in that gas. I think we're seeing a heavy accumulation, a lot of accumulation going on. So still just waiting on this NVIDIA short, waiting on this Google long. Google has not been cooperating with us. Bitcoin just pierced 62,000. Bitcoin did just pierce 62,000. You're seeing Microsoft now curling down though. Apple curling down. Tesla pushing up. It's now approaching the noon time frame. You do have the SPY potentially weakening here. SPY is weakening. Hey guys, I'm still here. I'm just watching the charts here. If anything changes, I'll let you know. I am looking to cover NVIDIA. Basically, if we head back into this range here, this 782.41 range, this previous pivot, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss, or actually a slight in-the-money stop loss on NVIDIA here at 786.54. We are seeing it fall pretty sharply here. Nice move down, nice move down. So we have an in-the-money stop sitting at 786.44. I'm going to cover in this range. Still holding a long on Google and a short on the Russell. Hey guys, just a quick update. I just covered NVIDIA here. I did just cover NVIDIA at 783.79. It's a nice move down from that 786.90 zone. So we did cover it. Still holding a Google long, but we did cover and take profits on NVDA. We are seeing some weakness creep into some of the larger companies like Apple. Apple's breaking down here. You can clearly see this wedge pattern on the 1 minute chart has broken down. A little head and shoulders has triggered. Now you will have some daily chart support on Apple in this range. You can see pivot, pivot, big reversal, pivot, pivot, but Apple's still just been relatively weak compared to a lot of its counterparties. So there's a chance that it could retest the low of day all the way down, or so the low on Tuesday. There is a chance of that. Hey guys, I'm back here on the mic, and basically we saw the S&P have a pretty hard sell-off over the last hour here. Bounced at the 505.42 range. I'm still holding a long on Google. We're down on that trade. We did take profits, nice profits on NVDA, so we rode that short down. We did see a little bit of a dip on Bitcoin, so it was interesting to see BTC trading down. Let's take a look at MSTR for RAM. MSTR, if you're still in the chat, RAM, I'll take a look at MSTR. So MSTR, but Bitcoin did hit a high all the way up at almost 64,000. 60, what was it? 63. Yeah, about 64,000 was the high. And then it sold off all the way down to 58,000. So a huge intraday swing. That was roughly a 8% drop from the high. Pretty fierce in terms of how fast something can rally and then drop. So Bitcoin almost lost all of the daily chart gains. Now, what's interesting is you still have MSTR diverging from the other crypto stocks. It's breaking out with Bitcoin making new highs. You take a look at Coin, lagging, still inside of yesterday's high. You take a look at Mara, lagging, still inside of yesterday's high. So MSTR, one of the higher short interest names, is still pushing higher and reacting well with the overall crypto space. It appears that you're into this weekly gap fill all the way from 2021, February 2021. So it's a multi-year gap that just got filled today. You can see it is hitting some resistance there. If you can consolidate and get through that, I mean, wow. I'd be surprised if we get to all-time high, but your next resistance is 1,080, and then really your all-time high on MSTR. So a lot of momentum in this name. I still think that Bitcoin's super extended. So if you're long this name, RAM, probably take some profits. Or you're looking to buy it again? Yeah, I mean, it is looking stronger than most. It's certainly looking stronger than most. Let's look at the total crypto market cap. It is above that 2 trillion mark. And you can see that the total crypto market cap is into this little resistance point, this pivot high back in April. So it's a big resistance point. You are above it at the moment, but I do think that price action will likely fall back below that zone. Bitcoin having a nice stellar bounce. That's typically what happens after you reach and push through an all-time high there. Coinbase catching another bid. Natgas still remaining firm. So, I mean, some people are calling 65K Bitcoin, 68K Sarfaraz. We'll see. You know, we are inside this channel. It could even go to 85,000. But obviously your previous all-time high sits at this 68,997. So we're very close to that previous all-time high. Still haven't taken it out. We shall see if it does. Let's look back at the SPY. 10-minute chart inside this heavy red bar underneath the EMA 113. I still think there's a scenario where the SPY trades back down to this zone here, 505.19. It does look a little bit vulnerable. I think you could actually make a new low of day on SPY. Apple week, Microsoft still coming in, all mega caps. Magnificent 7 are red. Yields are down, dollars still up, but faded from the high. You do have VIX green, but all indices are red. QQQ leading the charts to the downside, so it's never good when tech is the weakest indice. It's down about 0.5% on the Qs. SPY is coming down a little bit more. Natgas is actually trying to break out of the high of day here. So this one's probably going to start squeezing if it does get a breakout here. You can see that it tried breaking out on this candle, got rejected. Now it's doing another attempt off of this flag pattern. So volume is starting to uptick here in this range. You can see on the 1 minute chart the volume is increasing. So potentially we're about to observe a breakout in nat gas. So oil could be traded on the long side. I still never got the retrace I was hoping for, but you are consolidating above that big 186 pivot. So as of now, it's still looking firm. Let's look at the Qs. Remember, the Qs have triggered, are back underneath this resistance. You had a bullish pattern, pushed up, pushed right back down. Now you're underneath that key resistance trend line and being rejected here. So not a healthy sign for the Qs, being the fact that they were above it. Bulls lost the momentum, lost control, and we're back below it. Google still at some daily chart support. Now you're into this gap fill zone. That's a big, big level. I do anticipate Google bouncing at least a little bit here. Intraday price action on the hourly chart is definitely oversold. On the RSI, obviously things can get more oversold, especially if the market remains weak. But I think the risk to reward in this name is better. It's probably the best mega cap to trade at this point in terms of risk to reward basis. Apple also at some decent support coming into this range. Microsoft's curling down though. Meta, Tesla curling down. There's a big breakdown on the Qs, guys. Bigger breakdown coming in on the Qs. Live trade coin. Do you think it'll go back down? I heard side is down. What about Coinbase? What does that mean? That's interesting. The side of Coinbase is down. I haven't heard anything or seen any news, but let's take a look at the chart. Let's take a look at the chart. So yeah, coin had a big dip with that Bitcoin sell-off. Now it's starting to come in. The one thing I don't like about Coinbase is you're still trading inside of yesterday's high. Despite Bitcoin still being up on the session 7.24% and over 10% at the highs, why hasn't Coinbase broken out of yesterday's high when Bitcoin's clearly making new highs along with the whole crypto space? So definitely showing a little bit of relative weakness compared to, say, MicroStrategy. Mara is the same sort of setup as Coin at the moment. I'm leaning slightly more bearish on Coin at the moment. Obviously, we have to watch out for the earnings from Mara. You did see Coinbase earnings gap up, and then the very next day it was faded. It's almost like they just used a quick liquidity grab off of that earnings report. We might see the same thing in Mara. I imagine the earnings are going to be decent on Mara, but right now I think Coin likely could even come. It really depends on what Bitcoin does. But if Bitcoin starts losing 60,000, right now it's trading at 61, I think you're going to see Coin start to fill this gap or at least push for this gap zone. You're currently below your pre-market high. Pre-market high was 215. Pre-market low is here at 202.06. If you lose pre-market low, it becomes more of a bearish setup. So we're watching it closely. We potentially have a head and shoulders here shaping up on the Qs, guys. A head and shoulders pattern shaping up on the Qs. The neckline is right here, which we're coming down to test at the moment. Things are a little oversold. You know, Apple's oversold, Google's oversold. So, you know, you still have overbought in NVDA at the moment on the daily chart. But it's going to be interesting to see if we break this level, because there could be quite a bit more downside in this market if we do. You can see Google trying to break out, but just getting slammed week, down 2.25%. Still selling off quite hard here. Nat gas still hasn't technically broken out of that high of day range. Still consolidating near the highs, so we got to watch it closely, because if it is forming a nice bull flag pattern, that's looking very likely, but it has not done so just yet. Yeah, Kevin, I did talk about coin. I basically said I don't like the relative weakness it's showing compared to like MSTR. MSTR is broken out following the BTC price action. You notice that coin hasn't made new highs on the session. So coin is still stuck inside of yesterday's high pivot when it should be well above it. I mean, coin has had every rhyme or reason with Bitcoin up 10% at the highs to break out and make new highs, and it hasn't done so. So slight relative weakness there. You look at MSTR. MSTR is holding up much better. That one has broken out and made new highs well above yesterday's highs. So definitely a weakness in Coinbase and Mara, that they're lagging price action, which tells me that since they're the two main crypto stocks, probably the higher volume names, that likely means that Bitcoin's probably getting somewhat exhausted here. You know, there's obviously still a scenario where Bitcoin can go up and test 64,000 and the high around 69, but it's had a stellar move here. It really has had a stellar move. Qs are breaking down some more. Qs are breaking down. I know there's a couple other comments here. Anything on Tesla for today? Breakout imminent or retesting below 200. Also looking at AMC earnings. Let's quickly touch base on Tesla. So Tesla right now is up 1.8%. It's actually holding positive gains in a weak market. So Tesla is still looking much better than, say, some of the other stocks. So, I mean, strong stock in a weak market, that's always something you want to see if you're bullish. Tesla, since it's holding up relatively well in this weak market, it looks like it's going to at least test gap fill. Could happen today if the indices get a bounce. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities. But then it does look like it wants to probably retest this parallel channel. That channel is where you had your previous breakdown zone. So I'm expecting around 220 maybe retest. That could be a decent short setup. I still expect over the medium term for Tesla to retest, you know, call it around 140, 130. It is a moving target because it's a down sloping support zone. So we'll adjust that as the days transpire, but it is looking like Tesla wants to continue pushing up here. Obviously, nothing's immune from a market sell-off standpoint, but at the moment, Tesla is looking poised and stronger, especially if the Qs get a bounce. And the Qs will get a bounce at some point. They will get a bounce. But the Qs are trying to trigger this head and shoulders pattern. This was your intraday bullish pattern that we traded earlier. And now you are trying to break down even more on the Qs. So not a healthy chart setup at the moment. Nat gas going for a new high of day. So that one is trying to break out. So Boyle longs could be a great squeeze candidate here. BOIL could be a really good squeeze candidate. If Bitcoin loses these gains and puts in a nasty topping tail, that's probably the high pivot. Qs are on the brink of testing this neckline breakdown. I actually like longs off this zone, guys. I'm going to try bottom picking maybe Apple here. Apple is trying to curl up. So I think we could see a small technical bounce in the market. Our Russell 2000 short, it just went in the money. So our Russell 2000 is starting to now work out well. We've been trying to hold that one. But I'm looking at Apple longs. I just want to see if we get some sort of little bounce here. All right, guys, I'm going long Apple here, 180.22. 180.22. It's a starter position, 1/4 entry on the long side of Apple. 180.22. Nat gas is breaking out here, guys. So again, Boyle's looking enticing. So we are long Apple, long Google, still short the Russell. In terms of an Apple retrace, let's just take a look at the sell-off low or sell-off high to the sell-off low. Bitcoin's actually coming down some more now. Bitcoin is starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. Tesla's curling down as well. Nice bounce on Apple, guys. Nice bounce on Apple. We are long and strong on AAPL. Nat gas is getting slightly rejected at that 190 level, the high of day. Did make a new high of day, but it's getting slightly rejected. But we are long Apple, long Google. Apple's pushing up nicely. Look at that. Why can't Google do that? Google's just a freaking... Oh, Google. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me, Google? Good googly moogly. Now there is a scenario where Google could trade down to here. Q's SPY getting a nice little bounce. Just seems like the volume here is picked up, so it's telling me that there's a near-term capitulation on Google. Now the volume's lightening, so we should start to see something firm up here. Still holding Apple. Right now you have the Q's down 0.58%. SOX down 1.15, Apple down 1.23, NVIDIA down 0.6, Microsoft down 0.23, AMD down 1.26, SMCI down 2.72, Tesla up 1.72, diverging from the markets. Bitcoin up 6.37. Nat gas still trying to break out here, guys. Natural gas is still trying to break out of this high of day. The volume's coming in. Did briefly make a new high, but you haven't got a 10-minute close yet above that pivot. Did get a nice 3-minute close, but still no 10-minute close. For long Apple, what are you buying? I bought Apple at off this 180.22 level. We went long for a day trade. For a day trade. Oh, and I didn't see you're also looking at AMC earnings today. Let's pull up AMC. I forgot they had earnings today. So AMC over the last couple sessions have moved up quite nicely off of the lows. This one I think probably pops. The trend that you've been seeing with these small cap, high short interest names is they've been running them up into earnings. I think a minimum retrace to about $7, $6.90 is well within the cards, especially with a name like this. We have seen them pop AMC 40, 50, 60% in the after hours, especially when the volume is much lighter. So I think you probably get a bullish pop on AMC just because that has been the trend of the market recently. You're seeing a lot of these high short interest names getting squeezed out. I think one of the reasons a lot of the times a lot of these junk companies start to rally right before a big turn in the market is because they want the shorts out of the market. They don't want people to make money as the market is falling. That's not how stocks typically work. It's not how Wall Street likes to work. They like to grab the liquidity before the bigger move occurs. So I still think that there's a lot of shorts in this market in a variety of names. AMC has a high short interest, so odds are that they do run that name up. Now, I don't hold a position. It's obviously a gamble. Probably if I were to take a position, I would look for, maybe 650 calls or $6 calls. That's severely out of the money. And I mean, if that hit, $6 calls would absolutely print. It'd probably be well over 1,000% if you took tomorrow's expiry. All right, you do have Apple still surging here. So Apple, our long, is working out quite nicely off of that zone. So we are up nicely off of that zone. Google starting to firm up, but still down on that trade. I'm going to start moving some protective stops on Apple. 180.37 stop in Apple, so that trade is now risk-free. Bitcoin's still selling off just a little bit here. Semis are catching a nice bid. So we are seeing Bitcoin losing 60,000. Don't be surprised if Bitcoin goes negative today. That would shock a lot of people. It's only up 4.5%, but showing really heavy price action. Our Apple and Google trades are starting to firm up nicely, but don't be shocked if Bitcoin goes negative today, guys. If Bitcoin goes negative, I think that's the near-term top. But look at this price action in Bitcoin. It is starting to falter and weaken quite substantially. I'm seeing a little bit more red starting to appear on the screens. Dow components still negative. Apple's still pushing. But Bitcoin's looking a little bit heavier here, starting to get sold into. All right, Apple's moving up nicely. Let's adjust our stops. 180.44 stop on Apple. Still down on Google. Still been patient with that name. Apple news. Apple and TSMC collaborate on next-gen 2 NM chips. Thank you for the news, Ram. Thank you. I bought just common shares, Kevin, on Apple. We bought just common shares on Apple because it allows me to go much heavier. Let's take a peek at, what was it, TSMC? Sorry, TSMC. Is that what you said? Is it Taiwan Semi? Are working together? Yeah, Taiwan Semi. What the heck is wrong with my Taiwan Semi chart? Okay, there we go. Sorry, I just had to pick the wrong TSMC there. So TSMC, Taiwan Semi, announcing a partnership with Apple. That's pretty impressive. I would say that's definitely probably more bullish for TSMC at this point. But I mean, semis are still weak today. You know, I mean, you do have this potential inverse head and shoulders on TSMC. If you break out of that, you know, there's a pretty decent sized move that could occur if you trigger the neckline, you know, at least another 7-8% move to the high side. So we'll see if that comes out. I do see semis, though, weakening quite substantially. Apple's still pushing. Let's see if Apple can keep going. Come on, Apple. I'm going to adjust my stop loss, guys, to 180.50. We're locking in 28 cents a share. Bitcoin's still under 60,000. All right, Apple just stopped me out there, guys. So that trade is complete for us. Let's look at Bitcoin. Still riding Google. Apple did stop us out, or stopped me out. NVIDIA's curling down. Tesla's still curling down. Some of the crypto stocks are actually under a lot of pressure. Can you believe Coin's gone negative? Mara's gone negative? Wow. Pretty impressive. It's now approaching the 1:30 time frame. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here just to grab some lunch, and then I'll close it out in the last little bit. I will have to cut the stream off just slightly early, around, say, the 3:30 time frame, 3:45, as I'm heading out to go watch a hockey game in Ottawa. So still a lot of the majority of the mega caps are red. Big push coming into Google here. That's good to see. Nice rally on Google. Bitcoin's trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid. Notice how the SPY right now is right back to the high end of the wedge pattern. So we do have a fairly large size wedge pattern forming on the SPY. It does appear you want to break out of that wedge and maybe retest this 508 zone. That would not shock me, actually. That wouldn't shock me. Yeah, I think I did have my mic muted briefly there, but Coinbase is certainly moving. It's just briefly went negative. Now it's back to the positive side with a big high wick. But again, I think Bitcoin has a strong chance of going negative today, guys. You know, if Bitcoin goes negative, you have a nasty daily topping tail, and that price action would put you basically right back at what, 57,000? If Bitcoin goes negative, it would be 57,000. So keep that 57,000 level on the watch. It's only a couple thousand away. It is trying to bounce off of the EMA 10-minute 113. Google, a nice face ripping rally on Google. Google's finally breaking out of this little bearish range. I think that we can still use this previous upside target of 136.86 from this inverse head and shoulders that failed. You actually have created another inverse head and shoulders here on Google. And this one looks a little bit more structurally sound. And it does emphasize the fact that if we hold this neckline, Google could actually retrace right up into this previous 136.82 range. So we're still holding a long on Google. You're in Miami, Ram? Beautiful, beautiful. Much better weather than we have here up north in Canada. Although we've been pretty lucky with our winter. Not much snow at all. All right, so just to jump onto the markets here, SPY is trying to break out of this wedge pattern that it's been chopping in really since all day long. It is looking likely that it wants to. The only hindrance is that you do have weakness across all mega caps, except for Tesla. Tesla's the standout today, but it is looking like it wants to push up. Google's finally making a nice bullish reversal. It has triggered an inverse head and shoulders upside target to 136.81, so we remain long. We took profits on Apple, and I'm just seeing if Bitcoin wants to break down some more. As of now, it's holding up relatively okay. Still have NVIDIA. NVIDIA's firming up. It's only down 0.25% now. So it's definitely firming up. It would be wild though. I think what we could see is Bitcoin go red and maybe the indices go green. I don't know. We've seen this playbook before where it's almost like they shuffle money in and out of the crypto and into tech equities. So it's almost like, as the market was selling off across the Qs and the SPY and mega caps, Bitcoin was just pumping relentlessly. Now, Bitcoin's sold off from the highs and you're having tech make a big, big rally. Again, if you haven't checked out my website, tradingcapital.ca, run a swing trading and day trading service. We did take a couple new positions today. All right, huge push on Google. Come on, Google, get your butt up there so we can close out some wins or another win. All right, peace. You're safe. Thank you. Oil is flying. Yeah, it's up nicely today on the back of nat gas. You know, nat gas is up 3.76, so double that for Boyle. Nat gas is close to seeing a big squeeze. You're seeing heavy accumulation. I think we're very close to seeing a big squeeze in nat gas. SPY's still trying to break out here. It hasn't done so. You know, from what I'm seeing intraday, based off of Apple pushing up, Microsoft, Google firming up, Amazon pushing for a new high of day, it looks like the SPY may break out of this range, but you know, you still have a lot of weakness across the board in the entire tech space and healthcare. And you do have a potential 10-minute inverse head and shoulders forming on the Dixie chart. So take a look at this DXY. Right now it's also consolidating and forming a potential right shoulder here. So what's interesting is, you know, you have some divergences. So I mean, if the Dixie breaks out of this neckline, it's going to push it back above 104, and then that's when you could see the indices sell. Right now the Dixie hasn't broken out, so that's why indices are pushing higher here at the moment. Heavier volume coming into natural gas at this level. I still think we could get a retrace back down to about 184, but as of now, nat gas is trying to push up. It is trying to push up. SPY is trying to break out as well. SPY is almost to the green side. Almost to the green side. They are trying to push it green. The big question is, will it? Beyond Meat still holding the majority of its gains. Line up 41.2. What should be the target price for nat gas or Boyle RAM? Is that what you're discussing? For nat gas? Well, I mean, it's hard for a day trade. I think you could push up a little bit more, but it's getting a little bit, you know, extended, maybe exhausted. But for a day trade, you know, you could probably push up to about, I'd say $2, whole number of $2 today. That's probably your extension move. But for the swing trade on nat gas, I think if we get it close above this 186 area today, which we're clearly above, I think we're going to squeeze to about this 227. That's the swing. So, I mean, an upside target, that's roughly a 20%, just under 20% move. So you're looking at a 38, 40% move on Boyle. If you were to short KOLD, it would be a triple. Nice move on Google, trying to push higher here. Let's see the SPY. SPY is still running into some resistance. So Google's trending higher here, but the SPY is running into resistance. So a little bit of relative strength now being observed. SPY coming down, Google pushing up. And then there's this little cheapy stock that's kind of got me interested. Am I thinking it here? I think it's good RX, but I think it is RX. Is it the thing that you see on TV on ice? Yeah, like real cheap stock. 2.6 billion. If swing trading boil, where would you place the stop? Let's take a look. Really depends on your entry, and it really depends on how big of a position in your portfolio is. You know, say you don't use proper risk management and you trade it with excess position weighting in your portfolio, too big of a size, then you want to tighten that stop up. But, you know, let's look at this hourly chart. The nice thing about this boil pattern is take a look at this inverse head and shoulders that it broke out. You know, I would personally look for a stop underneath this neckline. If you were to get a close below the neckline, then that would signify a potential failed breakout. But as of now, you're surging. You're surging. But always try to use the actual underlying commodity to recognize where you would put your stops, because there is a slight divergence. So for instance, on nat gas, I would, if it loses this hourly trend line, you can see the inverse head and shoulders pattern that is played out here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and you've broken out with clear force and no uncertainty. You've broken out. So if you were to lose this trend line on nat gas and close back below, that's probably a good stop loss position. But the price target for boil, it's hard to calculate the price targets for these levered ones. You know, I still always use the underlying thing, but I would imagine based off of the nat gas, you know, if it completes the move to 220, you'll probably have boil up around this $25 range. That's probably your target, Ram. 25 bucks. That's a really good target. All right, so the dollar is trying to actually firm up and break out. May see a little bit of sell side pressure come into the markets. Seems to be holding. Let's go back to 64. Guys, I just exited my Google here at break even. Trade just went back to break even. I exited there for just a break even on Google. I am interested in potentially trading nat gas here off of this breakout. It is looking like it wants to go. It's trying here. All right, guys, I just picked up some Boyle day trade at $18. I got filled. $18. I am going to keep a tight rein on this one. I am going to take it, but I'm taking a stab. I'm going to see if we can get some momentum trade to the upside here. So I'm long Boyle at the moment. Long Boyle. We are trying to clear this little pivot zone here. Nat gas is kind of struggling here. My stop loss on Boyle is really going to be below this 1791 level. If we dip below that, I will exit Boyle for a loss. So I will keep a tight stop loss on there. Nat gas is showing some signs of distribution here. Come on, Boyle. Get your big butt up there. Bitcoin's trying to make another move higher. SPY's dipping. Dollar's trying to actually pop here, guys. The DXY is trying to push up here. Typically, once the dollar starts breaking out, indices sell off, but once the dollar also starts breaking out, typically actually is beneficial for nat gas. You often see the nat gas and the dollar trading in tandem. I know it's kind of counterintuitive, especially when especially when the dollar typically rallies, it causes commodities to sell off, but we have seen a lot of scenarios where nat gas rallies with the dollar. There's a question from Ram. Boyle, will you suggest Meta 510 call for March 10th? If yes, at what strike price? Meta 510 call March 15th. So a couple weeks on the clock. I personally don't like that, Ram. I personally don't like Meta 510 calls. Yeah, I don't like Meta 510 calls. I would honestly look at puts instead at this range. You know, you look at the communication stocks like Google. Google's been absolutely slaughtered over the last couple sessions. I think we're going to see a rotation, and Google's actually trading below the 100 period moving average. Next stop is the daily 200. I think you will see some sympathy in Meta. I think you're going to see Meta weaken over the coming weeks. I think you'll see capital rotate out of Meta into Google. You know, you have to understand how sector rotations work. Often there's strong stocks in the same sectors and weak stocks. For instance, Google's in the communication sector with Meta. Meta's been a beast. Google's been weak. Typically, when you see capital rotation, a lot of funds will stay within that sector and rotate their capital into more of the depressed asset, especially around mega caps. It seems that valuations don't even matter. They will just rotate into the more oversold, technically oversold name, which right now I think, you know, instead of 5, I would honestly see 460 puts work out better. Probably March 15th, 460 puts. But I personally don't like the calls at Meta at this range. You know, Meta is one of the more extended charts. Overbought technically. On the weekly RSI, you're trading into historical overbought levels. And I still think that if Meta starts developing their own chip, in-house chip, you know, right now you're getting it as a positive reaction because of the AI bubble and theme. AI narrative is still firmly in the center of this market. And basically, you're still getting people chasing this AI theme. So I think the more likely scenario is once people find out, oh, Meta's developing their chip, how much is that going to cost? You know, obviously it's going to be beneficial over the long term. I see that. But in the short term, how much is it going to cost Meta to develop their own AI chip, their in-house chip? I would imagine a hell of a lot of money, specifically when that's not the business that they're in. So when you look forward and you expect that more capital expenditure is going to occur in Meta, I foresee more downside based off of this level. It's going to be very similar to, I think, the reaction of the metaverse. Remember how, like, when Meta was going through that downtrend, all investors were absolutely horrified by the metaverse, all this spending and developing. Mark Zuckerberg wasting, what was it, crazy amounts, like 10, 20 billion or so every quarter. So there might be a scenario where you have to spend a large amount of capital on developing this in-house chip. But I lean more bearish on Meta, personally speaking. You're welcome, Ram. All right, Boyle's still just consolidating here. Nat Gas still trying to move up. Potential head and shoulders on the Qs here, guys. You're now forming a 3-minute head and shoulders, or head and shoulder, off of a lower high right shoulder. That's pretty technically sound. You trigger this neckline. All right, guys, Boyle's selling off here, so keep a tight leash on it because I don't want it to lose the 1790. So I am going to stop out if we lose 1790.
Mexico City is like 2.5 hour drive for me. So
come on, Boyle. Can't believe it's going to do us dirty like this. Boyle's going to cook us, eh? Boyle's going to cook us. We still have a shot at moving higher. I mean, probably should have just been patient. Tried buying this flag pattern on Nat Gas. It still could work out, but it looks like we may get stopped out on that Boyle trade in the near term. Come on, Nat Gas, firm up.
If not, separate trip. Make it work. Yeah, for sure.
So all indices are still red on the session.
Come on, buyers.
The dollar has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. So a bullish pattern on the dollar is being observed, which means we could trend lower.
You too, baby. I'll try and, if you're hosting, I'll try and pop by after I'm done. Frankie Shark, if you want to come. Yeah, I could pull both guys down stopping it too. So I'm over at 3. Yeah, we got to watch that earnings for sure. It's going to be exciting.
Bitcoin trying to recapture 61,000. SPY is trying to hold this breakout trend line, so much stronger price action in the SPY, but again, SPY does not lead the Qs. Qs lead SPY, higher beta, heavier weighting, dominated tech market. So despite the SPY trying to break out of this downsloping trend line and move higher, really the Qs are not showing that similar pattern. The Qs are actually showing a head and shoulders pattern, and you're stuck under that 3-minute EMA 113. Excuse me. Right now, in terms of sector performance, both Dow components are red, Qs are red. XLB materials is up 0.5%. You also have communications down 0.5%. XLE down 0.3%. Financials up 0.5%. Industrials up 0.5%. XLK down 0.5%. Staples up 0.11%. Real estate, the best performing sector, up 1.67%. Utilities up 0.18%. Healthcare getting slapped from UNH, down 0.74% on healthcare, and XLY, consumer discretionary, up 0.73%. So the likes of Amazon and Tesla are seeing some money flow. Oil trying to push right back up, so it didn't stop us out. We're still seeing a potential distribution pattern on the Qs. You know, it makes sense that the Qs break down here because if you look at the Dixie looks poised to potentially move higher here back above 104. All right, here comes the range break on nat gas, guys. Boyle, nat gas is trying. Come on, give us a squeeze. Give us a squeeze. Come on, give us a squeeze. Let the Qs fall and give us a squeeze. Look at nat gas, guys. Look at Boyle. New high on Boyle. And what's interesting is nat gas hasn't even made a new high. Speculative money starting to pile in, guys. Speculation money on these double levered ETFs are starting to pile in. We're going to rip here, guys. We are absolutely going to rip. Volume's coming in. Nat gas still hasn't made a new high, but Boyle is showing a relative strength divergence from the actual commodity. Here we go. Get ready, bulls. Let's see the Widowmaker rip. Come on. Get ripping. Get ripping. Let's calculate an upside target. Okay, I'm just going to quickly calculate an upside target on this natural gas pattern. Just give me 1 second. We are going to see this move quite sharply, I do believe. We are going to get a breakout. So nat gas could head to 194 today, which from current levels, that would be about another 1.8% move. Actually, maybe a little bit more. Let me just isolate that down a little bit more. Come on, nat gas. It could be another 2% move to the high side on nat gas, which would roughly be from here a 4% move to about 1873. So I'm just going to mark that in on the chart to give us a little bit of an upside level. But we could see nat gas squeeze here. Come on.
Were they preventing buys and sells during that time?
Come on, Boyle. Don't do us dirty like that. All right, nat gas got rejected there. It's still okay. It's still fighting another day. But it did get slightly rejected. It's trying to squeeze, though. I mean, you are trying to catch a bid. But it is running into some sellers still. They're not wanting to break it out just yet. All right, Boyle's making another attempt here, guys. Another attempt. Boyle is trying here. Come on, Natty. Let's look at the actual natural gas price. You can see nat gas, just a tight range, a very tight range. But that's the upside target for today, 193. Come on, we need Boyle to get there. 193 is the upside target. Let's take a look at the hourly resistance. Actually, we'll do the daily and 4-hour chart. Let's look at this daily chart. If I drop a fib retrace down from this high down to this low, you can see that actually a technical retrace to 196 is your first fib zone. That could be the overshoot. That could absolutely be the overshoot. So we're talking about still a potential move in Boyle of roughly, if it's a 3% move up in nat gas from here, it could be a 6% move in Boyle still. That's kind of my max upside measured move for today. Qs are still struggling at this range, putting in potentially a right shoulder to go lower. That would not shock me to see Qs go lower. Come on, nat gas, push up, push up, push up.
Absolutely. So I did make a handful of transactions. So I made some trades in Meta, in Robinhood, in Netflix, and in Uber, and as well as Rocket Lab. So those were sort of like the 5 stocks that I had transactions in. all the details are in my portfolio as to why I sold or bought some. I am building up more of my cash position, so like it tilted more towards the sort of sell side than the buy side. I think that like I'm of the opinion buy stuff when they're low and sell them when they're highs, right? So I'm doing a lot more selling than buying these days, but and I'm trying to build up my cash position to be closer to 30% of my portfolio, and especially as we head towards election, because the turmoil that causes, I'd rather not be fully vested in the market. So that's roughly what my transactions entail. And then as far as the 50% discount, I did do that in the email to subscribe to the free subscribers who can't see the portfolio. I'll try to do that later today as well. I'm driving currently, so when I get to my destination, I'll try to make a tweet that includes a link for the discount code. So yeah, if anybody has questions on any of those tickers, I'm happy to talk about the details as well. Yeah, and I'll keep that open to the panel. As we go through people's portfolios, if there's someone that has thoughts or anything like that, feel free to go ahead.
All right, guys, Boyle's making another attempt. Let's see if nat gas can start burning and squeezing. I am seeing the Russell break down some more here. Qs are also breaking down some more. Guys, I like 435, 0 DTE puts on the Qs. 435, 0 DTE puts on the Qs. 435, 0 DTE puts on the Qs. So we're riding a long on Boyle. I'm still holding a Russell 2000 short, and we're now riding puts on the Qs, guys. Puts on the Qs. Come on. Boyle's trying to get going. Let's pump nat gas up. Anybody watching this stream, let's push it up.
So that's largely what I'm doing, and I still think that the company has a lot of upside potential. I've held on to the vast majority of my shares, but I have shed quite a bit. Similar story with Robinhood, right? Like I started buying in the low teens, but the stock just kept going down as I was buying it, and for a long time, for over a year, like I was.
Boyle did make a new high of day. Nat gas still has not made a new high of day. But we're seeing the QQQ position work out nicely here so far. Still got about 80 cents to go before those puts are in the money. All right, we're seeing some volatile price action. Look at the volume on Boyle, guys. Look at the volume starting to uptick here. I'm seeing it on nat gas too. New high of day incoming for Boyle. Qs are starting to sell off. That was a nice little entry on those puts. All right, we're starting to fucking bank again. Let's go. Come on, Boyle. We just need Boyle to start squeezing here, guys. We're close. I can see the volume accumulation. This flag pattern's been developing for really the last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 minutes. We've been consolidating. Nat gas getting rejected here. Come on. Come on, nat gas. Push it. Qs are selling off a little bit more. Dixie's still trying to hold a breakout. We are seeing NVDA losing pre-market high again. Amazon getting rejected. Apple coming down. Tesla still curling, so that's relative strength. Oh, this Boyle trade is just teasing us, guys. It's trying to break out, but it's getting a little extended here. It is getting a little bit choppy. It may be vulnerable to actually losing this zone here. Still want to keep a tight leash on the trade in the event it starts falling a little bit more here. But nat gas is tried breaking out there. Tried breaking out. I mean, the positive, we are seeing Boyle diverge from nat. Ooh, bigger candle down on nat gas. We may get stopped out, guys. They're trying to do us dirty. It looked pretty promising there. Tesla had a big rejection there, 5-minute hard down. I don't know if that's a news candle, but that was a big candle down on Tesla. That was a very large candle down on Tesla, 5-minute chart. Still holding puts on the Qs. We need 435s to get in the money. Bitcoin's back above 61K. Tesla's coming in a little bit more now. Yikes, guys. They just are stopping us out here on Boyle. Wow. I apologize about that trade, but they stopped us out at that 1790. That's disappointing. That's super, super disappointing. I really thought we were going to get that breakout. I mean, it now looks like then only the next level that I would add on Boyle for a day trade, since we took a small loss there, I would want to see Natgas retest this 184, that original level. I think that due to the fact that you tried breaking out here, it may want to retest lower. So we'll keep it on watch, but I did get stopped out for a loss. Lost $103 on that trade, personally speaking. But we're still net positive on the session. Still up quite significantly. But that's one of the reasons I just keep a very tight stop loss on things. Because look, I mean, they were trying to rope us in. We got roped in on the long side. We were up briefly. And then they just friggin' crunch it right back down. I mean, that's just how the market makers do it, right? They punish the people chasing the breakout. I should have known better. I chased the breakout. It looked very constructive. It was looking very, very constructive. And then they just friggin' demolish us. So there's a re-entry. I will re-enter it. I still remain tactically long-term and medium-term bullish on it. But as of now, it could come down to about 184. That's where I'd look to buy it again. You may get a bounce here at 186.70. That's that previous resistance that kept us in check for quite a long time. So that's the big level the bulls want to hold above. But if you lose that, then you're coming down to 184. Google coming in. That turned out to be a really good exit on Google, just to really take a break even on the trade. And sometimes the best thing as a trader can do is to just take a break even and reassess. You know, Google is retracing to the neckline here, so you could get a bounce, but right now it is looking a little bit more vulnerable to heading lower on the charts. Take a look at Tesla. Tesla's been a leader all day, and it's actually looking vulnerable to trending lower here, guys. Our Russell short is now in the money, guys. Our Russell short is now in the money. Oh, fuck. Look at what they're doing with Nat Gas. Sorry about my language, but fucking guys, man. They shook us out, and then they ripped it right back. Oh, what monsters. What monsters. You know when you just... I hate that. That's one of my biggest pet peeves as a trader is when they shake you out, and then they fucking rip it right back up on you. Oh, brutal. It makes it look like they're going to break it out now. They're probably going to break it out. You know, there is a scenario where it can go long again, but I don't like being chopped up like that. I don't like ever being forced to chase So I'm just writing my QQQ puts at this point. So we're about 33 cents away from our Qs being in the money. Let's look at this Russell 2000. That one we're basically flat on. Do anticipate it goes lower. The Dixie's just consolidating here in a nice little 5-minute bull flag off of an inverse head and shoulders breakout. Coinbase news, users on Coinbase reporting accounts 0. Coinbase started investigating this. Oof. What would that be? What can that be? Let's look at Coin. I mean, it's probably nothing. The news is probably over-exaggerating it a bit. The stock, the money flow is showing that everything's okay. You're still basically green on the session today at the highs. So I always trust the money flow over the headlines. Look at these 435 puts, guys. The Qs are almost in the money here. Come on, baby. We are in the driver's seat with this trade. This is looking exceptionally beautiful. Another winning put position that potentially is going to pay us tremendously. Still need it to fall a little bit more. I anticipated actually going below 435, but the prudent thing to do with 0 DTEs is to take the profits when the market gives it to you. Obviously, we can hold on to it and hope that this pattern triggers, and then we have a grand slam options put play. If our 0 DTEs go all the way down to 432.60 like this head and shoulders is suggesting, I mean, it would be a monster trade for us. Huge gains. But again, I like to just take my profits early. I think throughout my history as a trader, my 10, 11 years now that I've been trading in the market, from my experience, I've actually seen, or just from my experience, I've actually had better scenarios and better success when I take my profits earlier versus when I wait. Obviously, sure, I've missed some 1,000% baggers on some options plays, but the smaller hits, or I guess if we're using baseball now, the smaller singles and doubles have actually insulated me and benefited me more over the long term versus just that one slam dunk, that rare slam dunk. So if those 435 puts get in the money, what I'm saying is I will be securing profits. I might leave a runner, but I'll at least pull half of the position out. See, I mean, look at what they do with Boyle, right? They shake us out, then they rip it right back up, so it goes back to our break-even target. People pile in again, and then they start taking it down again. So this is why I said, they're probably going to break it out. I felt like chasing in the moment. 435 puts in the money, guys. 435 puts in the money on the Qs. Congrats on another win. I just pulled off half the position, and I'm going to leave just one contract running. So I did secure profits on that trade. So nice job. Another win for us in the books. And I do expect a little bit more downside. Let's see what else is transpiring here. Big dump on the Russell 2000. So that's actually working out very well now. The Russell is falling a little bit sharper here. Qs are still looking heavy. Dollar's looking strong. So another trade that we've been out of the money for most of the session, and now it's back in the money on the common share short on the Russell. Coinbase is actually putting in a bullish potential 3-minute chart. There's an inverse head and shoulders on Coin. We actually can trade it on the long side. So let's take a look at Coin, because getting a lot of this bearish news set up, but this is an inverse head and shoulders chart that looks and appears to be trying to break out. I'm going to pick up some Coin here as a day trade, guys. 204.80. I just got filled on the long side of Coin. It's a starter position, 204.80. 204.80 on the long side of Coin. Basically, I will add to the position right at this green bar low, and I'm only going to add probably twice. We are long already, 204.80.
What kind of strategic moves are they making to gain more market share in this infant industry that's eventually going to be a massive one in the next decade? And we got some more clarity on that. And I'm not going to repeat what Amit said, but he's absolutely right. Like, there's becoming more optionality for Rocket Lab. It used to just be purely launch satellite launches. Like, it was like a very niche thing that they were aiming for during their SPAC a couple years ago. But now they're doing end-to-end service, and again, they might be a Starlink competitor down the line. And there's just so much
Wow, look at Google back down to the lows. I mean, the fierce selling in Google is just mind-blowing. Apple curling up, NVIDIA getting a nice pump. Microsoft looks like it wants to push a little higher too. Qs have got a really big bounce along with the Russell 2000 bouncing. So Qs did bounce right off that 435 put zone. So nice job, right? Nice job taking those profits. Coinbase struggling here. Again, I'll add to coin at 202.59. And then if it goes lower than that, we'll kind of assess it on a candle by candle basis. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to grab a quick snack. I'll keep the stream going though. All right, so we're seeing the Qs trying to bounce, still putting in lower highs. That's confirming a bit of a downtrend. The SPY also had a failed breakout on the 10-minute chart. Dixie is pulling back over the last 40 minutes, so if the Dixie loses this little neckline here, then that's also a failed breakout, and then the markets will rip higher here. Actually, I have to adjust this neckline from that pivot to there, so you could actually fall all the way to here, 103.93. But again, as that falls, it likely will breathe some life into the overall markets. Coinbase triggers this inverse, and then we're looking at new highs on the session. So we're going to remain long coin. Took profits on those QQQ puts. Still riding a Russell 2000 short, which we're slightly down on. We're actually flat. We're flat on the trade. Google made a new low of day, but bouncing at that zone. Oops. You're still in Boyle, 1773. Yeah, I mean, that gas still is strong, right? It's still holding near the highs. There's still a lot of underlying bidders buying it up. So, I mean, you're at 1773. You pretty much, did you get in at the lows here, or did you snipe it somewhere in here? So, I mean, you still have a really good entry. I just chased it and got punished. I mean, it was a 9-cent loss on the position, and it was about $103 that I lost. So it's nothing crazy. I mean, just lost myself a nice steak dinner. But we're certainly up a lot more than that today. I mean, we're up today quite substantially on the session, so I'm still okay with that. I mean, I don't mind if nat gas goes up. Like, I'd prefer to see it go up because I'm still holding a UNG long. I am in the money with my UNG position. We're up now about 4.9%. I do think it trends higher. But yeah, Boyle, I got chased and slapped around. They did me dirty. Can't what's the saying? You can't kiss all the girls, I guess. You're seeing oil starting to uptick. Oh, you had a question about XOM. Your suggestion on XOM 105 calls expiring March 1st, currently down 44%. I think you're going to get in the money. I think we're going to hit 105 again. That's the same trade you were in this morning, right, Ram? And you're up. If I go back to the comments, I think you were up on that position. Let me see here in the comments. Where is it? So yeah, you were up about 10%. XOM 105s, 5% of the money, now 10%. I think we're going to see XOM get to 105 again today. I think you're okay. Take a look at this chart, right? So one thing's for certain, XOM is putting in this beautiful rounding base you just broke out of. Look at this inverse head and shoulders pattern. So this has got legs, right? Now that you've had the shakeout in oil off of inventories, this is going to run. This is going to run today. Maybe the markets firm up too, but I have a target of about 104.80 just off this intraday pattern. But another bigger thing that I'm observing is obviously XOM failed. It had this huge move down. But I think we're going to get back to the highs of days. I mean, oil shook a lot of people out, right? Off that huge, big sell-off. Then you got a bounce. Another sell-off created a higher low. So higher low, higher low, higher low. I still remain bullish on oil. I think, even though let's say the 28th. So we have tomorrow, the 29th, and then the 1st. So I still think we're okay. You still give that position some time. I think utilize all those times. I think you're okay. I mean, obviously, I don't know how big of a position it is. So if say it was 50% of your portfolio in that trade, freaking get the hell out. It's too much risk. But if it's within reason, I think if you can sustain a loss on that trade, I think you might as well just ride it out. Because I am seeing oil starting to push up here. You have nat gas strong. So I still think I can get back above 105 today, XOM. That would not shock me. I'm still riding 106 calls. Not for today. I have a lot more time on the clock than you. But 105, you're only 50 cents down, and it was all the way up at 105.40. Now we have nat gas also firming up. So again, you have energy firming up, nat gas firming up, oil firming up. So that's going to help your trade. I'm just going to go grab my coffee, guys. Just give me 1 second. Oh, one of my favorite things in the world is a beautiful hot black coffee. Oh, I love the smell of coffee. It's just wafted through my whole house. I could just smell it all day. All right, let's flip back to that coin trade. Since it's still putting in some signs of potentially accumulation here, I still think that we could get a push up in coin. So I remain long, still holding a Russell 2000 short, still holding some runners on the QQQ put position, which it went in the money briefly, took some profits, and now it appears to be coming down. Take a look at Boyle. They did do us dirty. It put in a new high there. It's trying to get a breakout here. So this is now a bullish recovery. Bearish breakdown, right back up. We'll see if it can hold here. Nat gas is one slippery mother, one slippery little trader. All right, coin still trying to push. All right, bigger breakdown coming into Coinbase. That's because the dollar's firming up. NVIDIA just got absolutely demolished over the last few minutes. NVIDIA got absolutely taken to the woodshed. Take a look at NVDA. What's interesting is, again, NVIDIA's had these monster gap downs. You had that Tuesday sell-off, huge rebound. You had this Tuesday sell-off, huge rebound. And basically, I think there's still a lot of distribution. Like NVIDIA's low in the pre-market was all the way at 770. Imagine we retest that. And there's a shot that we can. I mean, you break this little pivot zone and there's not really much support in this range. This was just a straight shot move. So there's really no technical support in this range. Your technical support is really down here again, this consolidation window. So NVIDIA, you want to do a lotto trade with me, guys? I'm going to take a 775 0 DTE put on NVIDIA. 775. Basically, it's right down here. 775 0. Size it for loss. I'm just doing a little bit of, I guess, a gamble here. 775 put. It's not really that much of a gamble because semis are weak today. Qs are weak. The Qs are the weakest indice. This stock has seen distribution. It was all the way down the pre-market at 770. So we're just going to do a little bit of a lotto size position on the short side. That QQQ runner still printing. All right, Coinbase, guys. Coinbase. I'm about to add. I just added there at 202.50. 202.55 I got filled. 202.55. That brings the average down to 203.53. I don't think I'm going to add to the position again. I'm going to take a candle by candle basis based off of what Bitcoin's doing right now. But I think I am pretty much done adding to that Coinbase position, and I'm probably going to use this pre-market low as my stop. We get a close or a pierce below this pre-market low, preferably a 1 minute close below, then I'm going to stop out. Nat gas pushing for a new high of day, guys. Nat gas is pushing. So nice job, Ram. Still riding that boil. Okay, yeah. So I think if it's a light position, I think you're okay. Again, I still think that that XOM hits 105 today. All right, coin. We're now in the money with that ad. Look at that nice bounce on coin. Big bounce on coin. Sorry if I'm seems okay. Wish I would have gone big on QQQ. Nice trade. Yeah, would have, could have, should have are the three best traders. Tom, if I went super heavy on all my trades, I'd probably be bankrupt. That's the one thing that I try not to think. I mean, yeah, sure. Imagine I put my full portfolio into a QQQ put position that just absolutely printed. I could have just taken the full year off. Obviously there's risk management, right? I wish I went a lot heavier too. The trade played out, but a win is a win, right? Where you look for those singles and doubles, you get the occasional grand slams. The grand slams really propel your account. What I've found is the longer you stay in this market, the more chances you are of succeeding and becoming wealthy and rich. The longer you can survive in this market, it means you're doing something right. There's so many here today, gone tomorrow traders that don't survive. And that's the biggest thing, is because they go too heavy on one size trade and it just rips them. Like, you could be batting 80, 90% trading accuracy, and then you take one trade too heavy and it wipes you out. So again, it's a hard thing to try to check at the door and leave at the door behind you. Our egos, our greed. Our greed is our biggest enemy in terms of trading. We all want to make money as fast as possible. We all want to grow our accounts as fast as possible. And that's what separates the best traders from, the professional traders from the amateur traders, is position management. It's not a matter of getting that grand slam. It's a matter of staying in the game, just simply staying in the game. If you can stay in this game for 10, 20, even 30, 40 years, I mean, you're going to be well on your way to having exceptional portfolio gains. Well on your way. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's nice to think about what we could have just made if we put our full portfolio in one trade. Look at the big breakdown. Look at the big breakdown coming in. This Coinbase long makes me nervous because the market is getting a little bit heavy here. NVDA starting to weaken. Qs have triggered this head and shoulders, guys. So QQQ has triggered the head and shoulders. We're riding 775 puts. And again, our Russell 2000 short is paying us. So even if Coinbase goes against us, our shorts are actually printing quite well here. Looks like the Russell wants to head to this gap fill today. That would not shock me at all. It's currently down about 0.75%, but we would be looking at about another 0.5% down. So we're still holding short the Russell. QQQ running puts, which are deep in the money now. We're holding an NVIDIA put and this Coinbase long. So I'll keep scrolling between each position. But at this point in time, we are in the driver's seat. Let's sit back, let's relax, and let's make some freaking money. Let's go. Oh, guys, look at this chart pattern too. What's really emphasizing is look at this inverse head and shoulders on the semiconductor bear ETF. The SOXS is breaking out. What does this suggest? This supports the thesis. More downside in NVIDIA. Another potential 2% upside in the semis. That could push NVIDIA definitely much, much deeper. Much, much deeper. Excuse me. Oh, this coffee smells so good. I love my coffee. Do you have an intraday and long-term short position in coil? My cost basis is 189. What the heck is coil? I don't think I'm familiar with that ticker. Let's just pull it up for you, Tom. COIL? COIL? Is that the right ticker? Coil? COIL? Or are you meaning... What is it here? Is it... Oh, sorry, coin. Okay, my... I probably could have figured that. Oh, so we have the coin chart open. So you're long. You have a long-term short. Oh, you have a long-term short position on coin. Okay, my cost basis is 189. That's pretty good. That's really good. 189 is not bad. I mean, you're in a blow-off move in Bitcoin, I think. I also have a short. You're probably following my alerts, but my average on coin after today's ad is, just give me a second while I pull it open here. Yeah, so my average is on my swing trade short coin. I'm slightly out of the money. My average today is sitting at 201.45. So that's my swing trade short average. So we're slightly down on the trade, but you know, if I think if Bitcoin repeats a very similar cycle to what it usually does, we're having that blow off move now. I honestly think there's a strong chance that Coinbase will retrace to, there's this channel that I'm watching. This is the daily chart. I honestly think Coinbase is going to retrace to the top of this channel. So again, it's an upsloping channel, so it's a moving target. It is a moving target. So somewhere in probably the next 3 to 4 weeks, I could see coin back at 140s, 150s, somewhere in this range. 140s, 150s. That would be a big, big technical support level. You know, you throw on a fib retrace from this high to low move and take a look at the secondary factor. That is a big 382 zone sitting at 143.56. So that's kind of my target for coin over the medium. In terms of anything longer, I can't really give you without being exceptionally inaccurate. You know, the longer you go out, the harder it is. Obviously, I'm more bullish on Bitcoin over the long term. I do think we will eventually hit new all-time highs, but I don't think it's this cycle yet. I think it will be post-halving. All right, so Microsoft, NVIDIA, everything is starting to come down a little bit more here. We are falling pretty precipitously on the Qs. Qs have triggered that bearish breakdown. All right, so coin's trying to uptick here, guys. Coin is trying to uptick. What's interesting is coin's trying to actually move up as the Bitcoin price action's rolling down. So I'm not really liking this trade too much anymore because I am seeing the dollar pushing up. I'm going to close coin here. I am going to close coin here at this 203.25 zone. 203.25. So just taking a tiny loss. Really, it's almost a break even. Just because, again, I am seeing that Dixie chart trying to still firm up as we speak. Qs are still a little weak. Dixie's trying to push higher here off of that impulse green candle breakout. If it gets back above 104, that's when we may see price action push higher. Those of you that are still in Boyle, you're seeing that one push for a new high of day. Friggin' shook us out. These guys kill me. We could have been up on the trade already. So nice job, Ram, for holding through. I had paper hands on that trade. Yeah, exactly. I like that. Thank you, Ram. Keep adding all the different fruits. Kind of hedges your bets a little bit more. All right, so now we're observing the Qs trying to recapture that neckline. Let's see the Dixie. Dixie's softening just a tad. Let's see NVIDIA. We'll keep NVIDIA up since we do have a put position in play. NVIDIA just really putting in some potential bearish consolidation right underneath this pivot zone. So this is a liquidity zone for NVIDIA as seen by these multi-pivot zones. You also have this down-sloping trend line all the way from your high pivot, which we're just going to adjust. And you can see that NVIDIA has tried breaking out on multiple attempts out of this zone. Your most recent one was this pivot, but we're going to use that previous pivot zone for now. And we'll see if NVIDIA can get above this resistance. I am seeing XOM move up, so it's now at 104, almost 104.60. So it is trying to firm up here for you, Ram. That's obviously a good thing to see. Nettie's the king of China. I thought King Jong-un was. No, he's the president. I'm just messing with you. Let's take a look at NetEase for Naresh. NetEase. All right, so initially we had this breakout, which broke out. Upside target is 139.94. I have marked that on my chart quite a while ago. You hit the top of this channel, sold off, looked like a bearish breakdown. All you did was retrace the neckline. That's a very healthy pullback. This trend looks like it's going to go to 140. It does look like that. You know, once you squeeze past this pivot high, you're going to get some real short covering squeeze all the way up to 140. So it is looking pretty likely. That's a nice chart. You know, it's the only thing that could compromise it is if the dollar keeps moving up. Alibaba is another one that has technically broken out of an inverse head and shoulders. The only crazy thing about BABA is you haven't confirmed the daily chart breakout. All of this inside price action is just distributing. So I would like to buy it at the neckline again, or this previous little pivot zone. You do have a gap to the downside there. So the only thing that could compromise China stocks at the moment is if the dollar, the Dixie, starts to move up. But I do think that, relatively speaking, China stocks are much, much better valuation points than US equities. And if we see, you know, just to simply put it, when NVIDIA was at the highs, it was larger than, its entire market cap was larger than it was larger than the entire Chinese market. So just shows you how depressed Chinese equities are. Obviously, there's more risk, political risk, geopolitical risk. What about PDD? Do you like Pinduo there, Naresh? PDD coming up into some support here. NVIDIA is trying to break down here, guys. Let's see that QQQ position and chart. Again, the Qs still on the daily chart are so elevated. I do for long term, yep. Yeah, so do I. So do I. Our team Bullish Wolves are pulling away on the Predictogram contest. We are currently in first place. We have been doing a lot of heavy lifting, pretty accurate predictions. You see AI at 39 plus tonight. Does it have earnings tonight? Oh, it does have earnings tonight. I was wondering. I'm like, I don't see that at 20. Yeah, with earnings, it could push there. You got me excited there, Naresh. Thought you gave us some insider info. Thought it was going to push up. Yeah, you know, you would expect with the AI theme that this one catches a bid. It is depressed more so. Last earnings here, it gapped down. Another sell-off day, and then it ripped higher. Same thing here, another gap down. Here you had another gap down. So the last three earnings reports, AI has gapped down. Here you had a gap up. That was strong. So this stock, 3 out of the last 4 times it's gapped down. Here, another gap down. So it has a strong track record of gap down. Very strong track record of a gap up and reversal. What's the implied move? Does anyone know the IB? Implied move of AI tonight? Sorry, I'm just trying to eat my lunch and still just manage some of these other little trades. mean, it's still a gamble trading anything into earnings. It really is. Even the biggest technical bullish setups fail. I've seen technically bullish charts going into earnings that get slaughtered, and I've seen downright bearish technical charts going into earnings get huge pops. So it's always a risk, right? It's best to kind of hedge if you can. But you don't need a hedge when the Riche gives you an upside target. No hedge. Full port. No, I'm kidding. Don't full port. You want to survive this day trading and swing trading business. You do not want a full port. Nat gas pushing for another new high of day. Oh, that one just burned my ass. That one really, really tough pill to swallow. I mean, I'm still benefiting as it goes up, but just watching it grind. And now they want me to chase it on these levered plays, and I just can't chase it. But definitely a power move. Definitely a power move in Boyle. Take a look at that trade. Congrats if you're still riding it. Upside target I still have is 1871. We would have been 1.5% at least in the money. You 100% disagree with anyone who says that? That's full baloney, no offense. I trade purely on technicals and market conditions. You could have never traded CVNA, DPZ beyond leading up into earnings. Yeah, there's obviously, scenarios where technical bullish charts play out bullishly, but all I'm saying is earnings is a gamble. No one truly knows the earnings reaction. No one truly knows. Unless you're like BlackRock, Mr. Fink. Yeah, earnings season, I love it. I just personally prefer to wait for the reaction. I'd rather, if something dips really big, I'd rather pick it up on the long side. And if something rallies, I'd rather try to short it on a trade. But I just think there's always more risk positioning yourself before an earnings report. I've been on both sides. I remember buying Enphase. I remember, I'll pull up the EMPH chart. I remember I was going long ENPH. It wasn't too long ago either. Amazing cost basis, but they shook me out, right? I had a cost basis. It was too big of my portfolio. But I remember accumulating in this range after it had a big gap. It was already super, super oversold. Then it had a big gap down. And then it was bleeding. And I remember I bought at this 91.35. I'm like, yes, that's a huge, huge low pivot that we put in, a nice daily bottoming tail. And then look what happened. Not even on its earnings. It got crushed on, I think it was First Solar's earnings. And they gapped it down even more. Ended up still making money on the trade with that cost basis of $83, $82 in around that zone. But it just shows you that we don't know even though technicals give you signals and insights, there's no certainty. There's no 100% guaranteed trade. But yeah, earnings season does provide a lot of opportunity, tons of opportunity to make money. I agree. The volatility moves that you get on earnings are definitely a great opportunity. All right, let's flip back to NVDA. And like right now, I mean, we'll see how this AI plays out. You're probably right that it's going to go up. You know, it is putting in a bullish pattern on the daily chart. You're above the EMA 113. You've got this inverse head and shoulders. You know, the inverse head and shoulders, if you break that on earnings, that has an implied move of roughly 38% from the neckline. So that puts you into that $40 range. So technically speaking, this chart remains bullish at this point in time. You're putting in some higher lows. You're getting some nice moving average consolidation, but let's say earnings are crap. You know, I see a whole bunch of liquidity and volume sitting right in this range here. I would love to see this volume and liquidity taken out. Right in this range here. Huge amount of volume on AI. Just take a look at this volume on AI on the weekly. You know, this red bar high, in and around here, this huge red bar reversal. I'd love to see AI flush into this zone because I'd be a buyer. Yeah, Okta's I think one that's been under. There's a few semiconductor names that haven't really performed. I think Okta's one that it can push up as well. Given the strength in semis, you would favor a technical breakout to the upside. It is putting in some bullish consolidation as well. So I do like Okta. It is a little bit more depressed. I think you could see some money rotate out of some of the more bloated names, even NVIDIA. If a small portion of money comes out of NVIDIA, goes into Okta, you could see this thing run to the high side. Let's just look through some of the other semis here that I like to trade. Where's my semis? Semis. Let's look at the Intel daily. Intel's looking bearish. I mean, it's right on this neckline. Right on this neckline of this head and shoulders. Given the fact that how elevated semis have been and Intel's underperforming, little red flag. Micron's down a little bit today. Okta's up. Ambarella, look at that. I mean, if Okta's earnings go similar to Ambarella, take a look at this, right? Big gap up on AMBA. What was that gap up? Look at that move. 12-13% gap up, and then it just got absolutely faded. This one probably could get a bounce here, believe it or not. But watch for similar price action in what's it, Okta. You know, you saw Ambarella gap up, and then it just got faded. That's a little bit of a sign. Yeah, Okta's what, cybersecurity, technology, or is it technology package software? Skyworks, another one that's putting in potentially some bearish price action here. Qualcomm moving up. You are seeing the Qs make a really nice push up. SPY's actually looking like it wants to push for positive territory again. ASML, another one that's still elevated. SNPS, another similar stock. Let's look at ON, AMAT. Some rotation to XBI. We'll see how Jazz do. Apple bottom is in. Are you live from Moon? What does that mean? Are you live from Moon? What does that mean? Is that even a ticker? Oh, this moonshot. Moonshot. Are you going along Moon? Oh yeah, I know. I was I was just moving one of my chairs that was scraping on the ground there. It'd be pretty fun if I was going to the moon. So we're seeing the Qs basically back above that neckline. They're still under this bigger resistance level, which is seen from this little low pivot on Wednesday. So we did just tag that low pivot as of now, and we got slightly rejected on the Qs. There's still a head and shoulders pattern that is at play on the Qs. Have to trigger that neckline. Still seeing the dollar consolidating firmly. It looks like it wants to push higher here. Should be a ticker shit. I'm surprised there's not. Is there not one? Shitcoin. Shitcoin. Wow. Leave it to the cryptos to have a shitcoin, right? Again, guys, I will have to end the stream a little bit earlier today, around that 3:45 time frame, as I am heading out to a hockey game. But I'll stay with you for now. We're obviously still in the driver's seats with our trades here. Still holding an in-the-money short on the Russell. Bitcoin's now retesting 60K. Bitcoin retesting 60K. Coinbase is breaking down. Oil's still trying to move up. NVDA currently negative on the session. Right now you have the S&P down 0.26%, the best performing indice. The Russell and the Qs are tied at 0.62%. Apple down 1, NVIDIA down 0.7, Microsoft holding up fairly well, down 0.16, which is 68 cents, shaving off the price, nothing crazy. AMD down 1%, SMCI down 2.83, Tesla holding up about 1% on the session. Bitcoin still up 5.85%, Natgas up 4.5% and climbing. Meta down 0.5%. Google underperforming, down 2%. Amazon down 0.3%. Oil was positive, went slightly negative. Boeing's holding most of its gains. We discussed that earlier in the stream. Viking Therapeutics continuing yesterday's momentum, up another 9% after it had a whopping 120% day yesterday. It's still seeing a big move up. Hey Naresh. So yeah, usually it is the Leafs, but not today. Going up to Ottawa. So we're just seeing the Qs also still putting in lower highs in the trend. Dollar's still below 104, so the markets can bounce if the dollar remains under 104. We are seeing NVDA retracing to this little trend line. It's just hovering on that zone. Technically, it's support right now. We are seeing the Russell curling down, Tesla curling down, Google pushing up, Meta pushing up, Amazon pushing up, NVIDIA curling down, Apple trying to push up. Someone in the chat said Apple's put in a low. Perhaps. It's severely oversold compared to, say, the likes of Microsoft, NVIDIA, Meta. Even where's Amazon trading? Yeah, like Amazon just tagged the 7-day moving average today. And you have Apple trading below the 200, trading below the 7. You have Microsoft holding a much better. Microsoft just lost the 20-day moving average. When was it? 3 days ago? Today's the third day below it so far. Hey Sarfros, thanks for your questions. Most of the time I use a smart chain, but often I get filled with the Arca or the Arca Edge, or sometimes the TSX as well, since I have a couple accounts here in Canada. But you should be getting filled with the Arca, ARCA, most of the time. Hopefully that helps. All right, guys, so thank you for tuning into the stream today. It's been a pretty decent day for us here. We've closed quite a few winners on the session. And basically, I'm just going to close these NVIDIA puts here. We banked a little bit on the position since we took it at that 781 level. Didn't get in the money, but obviously, since we're running out of time here, I just want to skim a little bit of the profits off of the contracts. But on that note, thank you all for tuning in. It's going to be interesting to see how the markets close the week and the month. So the monthly close is tomorrow, the weekly close is on Friday. So a lot of action still could be shaping up here. The fact that the indices are selling off here with tech and semiconductors leading the charge to the downside should be something concerning, because remember, semiconductors led us on the way up. So that's your little bit of a tidbit information. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for capital to rotate and profits to be taken in this QQQ tech space. And that's what I think we've been seeing early on when the volume is heavy. Take a look at these dips on NVIDIA. Big dip down boost, big dip down boost. So funds are unloading. Large funds are using the volume, the heavy volume in the morning to unload, and then people chase the dip. Again, a big dip down, big bounce. So just remember, when you sell off in the mornings, it's usually funds unloading big shares or trimming large positions because the volume is there. You can't really dump millions of shares in the midday action. I mean, it can happen, but it's not likely to happen since the volume's more thin. On that note, stay tuned for more video analysis as we progress through the rest of the market. Nat gas is certainly on watch for a continuation squeeze. Now that it's above 186, I think we're going to start to see shorts get nervous and more longs try to chase this momentum to the upside. You can see late in the session, the Qs and NVIDIA are getting hit. There's still 13 minutes of trading, but things are getting hit. You're having the VIX today close positive on the session, up about 2%, just over 2%. Gold still holding, dollar holding, and the weakest mega cap today has been, what is it? Google down 2% today. And then the second weakest mega cap is roughly NVIDIA, down 1.14. Tesla diverging, still holding strong, up 1.2% in a weak market. So certainly impressive that Tesla's holding its own in this weak market. On that note, again, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll stay tuned for more analysis.